like someone's already on top of it. We're going to start the recording now, and we'll get going. Is the slideshow presenting correctly?
Yep, looks good.
Okay. Welcome everyone to the 2023 Annual Natural Gas Leak Abatement Winter Workshop. My name is Gary Ehrman. I'm representing the California Public Utilities Commission, the Safety Policy Division, as the lead host of this meeting. I'm also joined by Fred Haynes, also from the Safety Policy Division. Looking forward to hearing everyone's presentations. Before we get into anything else, I think it would be appropriate for us to do a brief introduction, at least of the organizations that will be speaking today. I've already introduced myself and Fred from the CPUC. If we could just have one speaker from each of the presenting organizations just introduce themselves, and perhaps who else, the other names of the people that will be speaking, that would be very appreciated. So I'll start with Carb.
Sure, this is Andrew Maroka. I'm not the manager, but I'm the presenter today. And our chief, Carolyn Lozo, might be online. We have managers Gavin Hoke, who already spoke up. And we also might have manager Jim Nairati. He's the manager of the oil and gas rule, which is relevant to SB 1371. We have three staff. We have Lynn Setiawan, we have myself, and we have Christian Fehrenbacher.
All right, thank you so much, Andrew. Could I invite PG&E to have someone introduce themselves?
Yeah, so I'll do that. So my name is Steph Ramos, part of the GHG emission strategies team. We have my manager, Chris DiGiovanni, on as well, and Andres Beltran within our team. We also have representatives from our R&D and innovation team, the manager, Aaron Resendez, and engineers, Monique Montague and Steve Jong.
Thank you so much. And then Sempra.
Hi, good morning. Newton for SoCal Gas and SDG&E will be presenting a number of presentations by myself, Eric Rodriguez, who is an engineer in our research and development program, and Andy Sanchez, who is an engineer over our compressor services program.
Thank you so much. That covers all the organizations that are scheduled to be presenting today, but if there are anybody else that would like to introduce themselves, please feel free to do that now. Otherwise, I'm going to move on to the next slide. So before we get started on the main meat of the workshop, just some quick housekeeping notes. Please mute your microphone unless you're speaking so we don't hear a lot of background noise or any sort of echo. Please hold any questions for Q&A sessions at the end of presentations, just so we can keep the presentations moving along. Of course, if a speaker says at the beginning that they're willing to take questions throughout, then you can also go ahead and do that. In order to avoid people speaking up all at the same time, we're going to try and use the raise hand function on WebEx. You can find that either on your toolbar at the bottom, or if you go to the participant list, there'll be an option next to your name. Alternatively, you can always type your questions into chat, and we'll be keeping a list of those questions, as well as trying to answer any other questions that are not specific to that in the chat. For timing, timing for presentations, we know that some of them can go long or short. Things always take a little bit longer or shorter than you always expect. But we are going to try and stick to the starting times for each presentation that we have outlined in the agenda. I understand that there was a last-minute cancellation on one of the items, so once that time comes, we'll have to do a reassessment of the agenda and see how everyone's feeling about moving on, or if we want to stick to the times that are provided. As you noticed at the beginning of this presentation, or at the beginning of the meeting, we did start a recording. We'll be making a link to this recording available publicly on the CPUC NGLA webpage with the link provided below shortly after this meeting concludes. So just a more broad overview of what's going to be covered in this workshop. In the morning, we're going to get through these introductions. We're going to have a review of the 2022 joint report, as well as a review of the NGLA program report. We're going to cover appendix-specific R&D and updates, and any updates to the template and reporting, as well as some baseline adjustments that occurred. And finally, in the afternoon, we're going to have some presentations on broader R&D updates and compliance plan efforts. And we'll discuss, when the time comes, we'll discuss the next steps if there are any that come up during this workshop. Here's a more detailed agenda of the presentations. As you can see, it's pretty packed, so I do want to encourage every presenter to try and stick to their time slot when possible. As I said before, there was a last-minute cancellation due to an illness. That one would be the Appendix 6 company-specific leaker-based emission factor that's scheduled for 10:50 from Sempra. Of course, if there's any, I'll leave it up to Sempra if they do have someone that is able to present on that or not. Otherwise, we'll discuss when we get to there how that will impact our schedule. That about covers it for the opening slides and housekeeping. For now, just if anyone has any questions, please feel free to raise your hand.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, I see Crystal has her hand raised.
Thanks, Gary.
Yeah, I think everyone has right now the ability to mute and unmute themselves. I know some places don't, but I think where we are, we can kind of manage that. Each participant can manage that themselves. Go ahead, Crystal.
Okay, thanks, Gary. Just really quick, we aren't going to cancel our Appendix 6 presentation. We're just modifying it a bit. So
Okay.
we'll still be able to present. We're just not going to be presenting everything that we would have wanted to share given the previous meetings we've held with you all.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarification. That's going to be great. Okay. I'm glad I didn't change the agenda then when I heard the news from Fred. So with that said, I think unless there are any other questions, we're going to move right on to the first presentation, which will be the overview of the joint report, which I believe a representative from CARB will be presenting.
Yes, I'm ready to go.
Awesome.
I need a moment to share my screen.
And I guess one thing I didn't cover is that to make things easy, we're going to have every organization be in charge of their own presentation slides so that we're not having to ask a third party to switch things around, every time they need a new slide. All right, take it away, Andrew.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Andrew Maroka. I work at the California Air Resources Board, and I work with Christian Fehrenbacher at CARB and Gary Ehrman at the CPUC on the data analysis and writing of the 2022 joint report. This morning, I would like to provide you with a review of the report and a few of the main tables. To provide you with background information, the 2022 joint report is the 8th joint report developed by CPUC and CARB. This report is ordered by the CPUC decision approving the Natural Gas Leak Abatement Program D17-06-015. The data request and reporting template were issued by CPUC staff on March 30th, 2022. On June 6th, 2022, the CPUC approved the use of company-specific emission factors for distribution maintenance services, Appendix 4, and the use of leaker-based methods for customer meters, Appendix 6, for SoCalGas. Based on these approvals, CPUC requested that SoCalGas provide leaker-based values for these appendices in Appendix 8, along with population-based estimates as supplemental data in Appendix 4 and Appendix 6. The 2021 calendar year reporting data were submitted by all the utilities on June 15th, 2022. We appreciate the on-time responses. The annual list of questions sent to utilities in August 2022 required minimal utility data resubmittals this year. In some cases, there were no questions to a utility or independent service provider, so CPUC and CAR provided a few comments. Finally, as required by SB 1371, the 2022 Joint Report presents total emissions for the industry and the system-wide leak rate, which are shown on the next 3 slides. As required by SB 1371, the Joint Report publishes the total statewide natural gas emissions in 2021. The total statewide estimated natural gas emissions for transmission and distribution services for the 2021 calendar year are 3,430 million standard cubic feet of natural gas, which is 5% lower than the 2020 adjusted emissions estimates and 23% below the 2015 baseline emissions estimates. There will be another presentation later today that discusses the revision to the 2015 baseline emissions. Table 1 from the Joint Report shown here also provides estimates of the total emissions in terms of million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent based on the 20-year global warming potential and the 100-year global warming potential. A more detailed review of the system categories that comprise the estimated 3,430 million standard cubic feet of natural gas emissions is shown on the next slide. This slide presents a summary of the total natural gas emissions by system category, which is captured in Table 2 of the Joint Report. The year-over-year changes from 2020 to the following year, 2021, in natural gas emissions by system category show decreases in 5 of the 7 system categories in Table 2. The larger changes are circled. The first circle indicates an 87 million SCF decrease for transmission pipelines. This reduction is primarily attributed to the sum of blowdown reductions and all damages reductions from PG&E and SoCalGas. The next circle shows a 44 million SCF decrease for transmission and Menard stations. This reduction is primarily attributed to PG&E blowdown emissions, which decreased from about 68 million SCF in 2020 to about 31 million SCF in 2021. The final circle shows a 40 million SCF decrease for distribution mains and services. The primary reason for the decrease is the reduction in the number of leaks discovered, which decreased from around 28,000 leaks in 2020 to around 22,000 leaks in 2021. Another requirement of SB 1371 is to provide the system-wide leak rate, defined as the total natural gas emissions as a percentage of the total natural gas throughput. Table 4 of the Joint Report shows the total natural gas emissions relative to total throughput for all respondents. The system-wide leak rate was 0.17% for 2021, as shown in the bottom row. The system-wide leak rate for the previous year, 2020, was similar at 0.18%. Due to changes in emissions estimation methodologies, only the years 2015, 2020, and 2021 are shown in this table. The adjustments to the 2015 baseline emissions will be summarized in a CPUC presentation later today. This slide provides a summary of the 2022 Joint Report process and our expectations for the 2023 Joint Report process. The process for compiling the 2022 Joint Report followed the same process as previous years. CPUC and CARB aim to finalize all template revisions by March 31st to avoid sending multiple reporting template updates. We can schedule technical working group meetings before the issue date if necessary. In a later presentation, I'll describe the proposed changes to the 2023 reporting template. This concludes my presentation. Are there any questions? Gary, maybe you'll help me out if check if there are questions, please.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not seeing anyone raising their hands yet. I'll give it a couple more minutes, or a minute just to see. Otherwise, if there are no questions at this time, I think we can hand it off to the next presenter.
Sounds good.
All right, which will be Fred. All right, thank you so much, Andrew.
Oh. Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry, I just had a call coming in on my phone. Let's see here. I'm going to, well, let's see. Y'all can see my slides. I guess I don't need to turn on my video. So my presentation is about the program staff evaluation that I completed at the end of December. And I hope everyone's had a chance to see that. Can you all hear me okay?
You're coming through great.
Okay, great. All right, thanks. So I want to start out. Let's see if I can. With just a little background to set the stage. This report basically was intended as a mid-course progress update with recommended modifications to the program. So it was ordered in the NGLA decision that this kind of a report should be prepared so that if we have observed changes that we would recommend to make to the program, that could be presented in the report, and also provide the commission with an update status, how well the program has been going. It was originally expected to be completed a few years before this, but we made the case to the commission that until we had settled the question of baseline accounting, a report before that would have been premature. It wouldn't have been really able to document the progress to date. So we were granted a deadline to the end of 2022, which is what I complied with. And our report is available on the NGLA's webpage on the commission site. And again, as I mentioned, that the report is based on the changes that have been approved to measurement methods and the accompanying baseline changes that we all have reviewed and considered that were necessary so that the baseline would line up with the currently used actual estimation or measurement methods, leak measurement methods. So the results that are presented in my report rely on the 2022 joint report that Andrew just summarized, and that is that we've achieved a 23% reduction from the adjusted baseline overall. That's considering all companies' contributions, large and small. And specifically, though, there had been a target requirement in the decision that PG&E and SoCalGas meet a 20% reduction by the year 2025. And we've also seen that has already been met or even exceeded by a little bit. So that is, I think, excellent progress to talk about in the program. I also note that the current level in terms of a million metric tons of CO2 equivalent, the number is about 1.5, is about 0.4% of statewide greenhouse gas emissions, as reported by the Air Resources Board in a fairly recent update to their total statewide emission inventory. So basically, I'm saying, and I'm finding in my report, that the emissions from this sector are a pretty small contributor to overall California emissions. The other part of my report talks about some recommendations then about possible changes to the program that were prompted by a set of questions in the original decisions about what should be addressed in the report. So there was a question about, should we have a hard emission reduction target for 2023? And my recommendation is no. I don't believe a hard target is necessary, because in the most recent compliance plans submitted by PG&E and SoCalGas, they on their own are already voluntarily forecasting that they can meet at least a 40% reduction goal by 2030. And should a hard target be imposed to absolutely meet a 40% goal, the remaining statewide GHG impact available is a pretty small number. As I showed earlier, we are already at a very small percentage of total statewide GHGs. A large change in this sector from, say, a 20% reduction to 40% reduction would not produce a very significant impact, in my opinion, on overall statewide emissions. And there is a new CARB goal recently established of 50% by 2030. But the same logic, I feel, applies that even if we somehow were to adopt a mandatory goal of 50% for this sector, there really would not be a dramatically changed amount of greenhouse gas reduction. So just those are some points that I considered in not recommending a hard target for the year 2030. Another major recommendation is that we should seriously consider a break-even cost-effectiveness target for future measures proposed to be funded by ratepayers. And I define that means that a break-even cost would be your standard cost effectiveness, what we call the net cost effectiveness, less the cap and trade and social cost of methane benefits, balancing to zero. That's what we mean by a break-even cost effectiveness. And again, my reasoning for this is that the program has basically already met the Commission's expected targets, and with the reduction measures already in play or recently approved in the 2022 compliance plans, both the major utilities are forecasting that they will achieve the 40% reduction by 2030. So my logic is that if further ratepayer funded measures are going to be proposed, they should really be at a break-even cost, because they would be going above and beyond what really is expected or even desired as a goal for this sector. And another point to make is that in the same Air Resources Board emission inventory report, they state that there are other methane sectors in the state that are expected to achieve better than break-even cost effectiveness in those sectors. And I didn't explore that deeply, but I expect that would be with those areas that are producing a lot higher level of methane emissions, such as the dairy, agriculture sectors, et cetera. So my point is that there could be far more effective uses of tax and ratepayer type funding in our state that could achieve more significant methane reductions than can be found in the gas transmission and distribution sector. Then a final recommendation is that I do recommend that we conduct some sort of data verification audit, just because the program is important. There's quite a bit of funding at stake with it, and we largely have done data reviews of data as submitted, but there hasn't been a lot of checking of these figures, and I think the Air Resources Board and ourselves would be more comfortable if we could do some level of verification, and that program would have to be defined in a series of sessions with stakeholder input. Let's see, I'll go to the next slide. As I say, the recommendations made in my report are just that. And if the commission was to adopt them, they'll have to be proposed to the commissioners in a resolution that would be voted on in a commission meeting. And that my division would develop the project as I recommended, some data verification project that would be coordinated with the IOUs and the Air Resources Board, may include field observations of leak measurement techniques, and to the extent practical, could include an audit of native, basically original leak records. And that is my presentation. I'll stop. Well, I guess I'll wait and pause if people have questions about any of the slides.
All right, I'm not seeing any comments in the chat or any hands being raised so far. I think that doesn't look like there are any questions. So thank you so much, Fred, for your presentation.
Great, thank you. All right.
So we're about 10 minutes ahead of schedule, and which is never a bad thing. And it looks like the next set of presentations will be performed by Sempra. Before I hand it over to Sempra, I just want to make sure that they're comfortable with starting early, just to make sure no presenters only available for certain time periods or anything.
I think we should be good.
All right, excellent. Then I will hand over the workshop over to Sempra for their next set of presentations.
I believe up first is our Appendix 2 presentation. My colleague.
Hi, Eric, you there? You're a little quiet right now. Is there some settings on your microphone that you might be able to adjust?
Is this better?
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you.
Wonderful. All right. Thank you, Josh. So hello, my name is Eric Rodriguez, and today I will be talking with you about my team's research involving the development of company-specific emission factors for transmission M&R stations under Appendix 2. Next slide, please. So I'll start with a review of the objective of this project, then I'll go over our data collection method and approach, and finally I'll present the results of our work. Next slide. So the objective of this study was to collect data for the development of company-specific emission factors for these transmission M&R stations under Appendix 2 using both aerial and ground-based technologies. This data could be used to determine appropriate emission factor categorization for these facilities and to assess the effectiveness of aerial quantification methods as facility screening tools. Next slide, please. So we visited 13 pressure limiting stations across the SoCal gas territory, and we surveyed them at the ground level using a toxic vapor analyzer to scan for emissions at all connection points and outlets within the station, as shown in that picture in the top there. Any emission indications that we found that were above 100 ppm were quantified with a high flow sampler. As for intermittent releases from pneumatic devices, they were measured using mass flow meters connected to the exhaust ports of the actuators. That's shown in that bottom picture there. Additionally, an infrared thermal imaging camera and a drone equipped with a tunable diode laser spectrometer were used to provide secondary scans of the facilities so that we could verify that all emission sources were captured. Next slide, please. So this slide shows a breakdown of the quantity of fugitive emissions sources that we found by station. So the emission quantities ranged anywhere from as few as 3 to as many as 40 sources per station, as you can see in the plot there. Next slide, please. This slide shows a breakdown of those same sources except by component category. As can be seen in the slide, the connectors represented the largest quantity of emitters, followed by valves, and then followed by vents on components, then pressure relief valves, etc. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the cumulative distribution of the emission rates for all of the emission sources from the previous slides. So as expected, the emission rates are log normally distributed, similar to other portions of our system, with almost 90% of the emission rates being below 1 standard cubic feet per hour. And this is in methane, units of methane. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the measurement results for the intermittent vented emissions from actuators at the stations. We took real-time measurements from the actuators at 1 second intervals, and we averaged it over approximately 4 hours of time for each of the stations. As you can see, the average vented emission rate can vary pretty widely based on the station activity, with some stations having no activity at all, while others had an average emission rate as high as 120 standard cubic feet per hour. Next slide, please. So this slide shows a 1.5 hour snapshot of data collected from one of the actuators. You can see that the instantaneous emission rate can vary significantly over time. And I want to point this fact out because it's something important to keep in mind as we go over the results from the aerial-based survey on the next few slides. Next slide, please. So aerial total station quantification measurements were performed using drones equipped with open path laser spectrometers. These drones performed fence line surveys at 9 of the 13 facilities due to flight restrictions, and we were able to compare the quantification estimates with the ground-based approach. Next slide, please. So this slide shows a comparison between the ground level, shown in blue, and the aerial, shown in orange, quantification estimates by station. Now I want to point out that the squares here on the blue side are the overall average emission rates for these facilities. And then the orange circles are the estimated rates for the aerial. The orange bars here represent error bands for the aerial-based measurements, while the blue bars here are actually based on the minimum and maximum actuated emissions that were recorded during the aerial survey period. We put those there just to say during the flights, we know that vented emissions could have peaked as high as this value, so that's something the aerial measurement could have picked up. And as you can see, the aerial-based approach can potentially be fairly accurate, but it's also prone to overestimating emissions if it just so happens to be performing its survey during peak intermittent release from the actuators. You can see that, for example, in station B, where the average for the station was much lower, but because the intermittents peaked quite a bit, the aerial picked that up and estimates the average rate to be higher than you would at the ground level. Next slide, please. So next steps for this project would include continuing data analysis alongside support of the next phase of the ongoing NiSearch research project that's focused on station categorization. We'd also like to collect data samples from additional stations from both the fugitive and the vented emission categories. For the vented emission category in particular, we are working on assembling a hardware package to record the emission measurements from these actuators over longer periods of time, so that we can account for seasonal changes in station activity. And then that data can be used to refine the emission factors associated with this category. Next slide. And this concludes the presentation. So are there any questions?
Yeah, I have some. I can wait for anybody else that would also maybe like to ask some questions too. Well, maybe I'll go and then Wynn can go. So when you talk about the pneumatic devices, are these primarily like the prime mover actuators that they're basically used to drive mainline valves open and close, that kind of thing?
Yes, they're regulating equipment essentially.
And they would be very intermittent. They would just be actuating and releasing gas when they're physically on and off kind of thing.
Yes, actually, that was what was shown on, I think it was slide 8, Josh, if you could go back to that one. Trying to remember. No, back. This one. Oh, one more forward. Slide 9. This one. So yeah, you can see here, Fred, that's exactly correct. There will be very, very short bursts of releases of large volumes of gas and then back to closed or almost closed. And it can regulate quite a bit over, this is a very short period of time, right? This is an 1.5 hour snapshot roughly.
Right. This is just for one particular sampling location. Right. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Showing that, the highly intermittent and most of the time pretty low, but every once in a while a high blip of yeah. Well, that kind of matches my experience visiting some transmission stations over the years, observing pneumatic actuators will have just like a brief, release when they need to move something. It actually goes both sides of a pneumatic cylinder. Will release gas on the strokes of that actuator is my experience. So thank you.
No problem. Are there any other questions?
Yeah. Hi, Eric. This is Win from CARB.
Hey, Win.
If I heard correctly earlier, you mentioned that the average of the study you conducted, the average leaks per station is about 150 standard cubic feet.
I don't believe I mentioned the average number of leaks per station.
Oh, the average number of leaks. Okay.
I don't believe I mentioned a number. I had a list of the number of emission sources by station, but I don't believe I have an average in this presentation because we're still working through the statistics. I did mention the average leak rate based on the CDF, though. Maybe that's what you're referring to on slide 7.
Okay, all right. So my question to you, why you focus on this vented emissions rather than leaks from connection or other source of leaks? The reason I ask is that this vented emissions is by design, okay, for safety reason or something like that. So why focus on vented emission when vented emission can be estimated from the manual? I understand you want to compare the manual with the actual during the operation or lifespan of the equipment itself. So again, why focus on vented emission rather than leaks that you can detect per station?
Sure. So we actually didn't focus on vented emissions. It was just one portion of the study. A lot of the study was surveying the stations at the ground level. And our main focus was to try to get an accurate overall emission rate estimate for the stations. That's all inclusive. So that includes both the fugitives and the venteds for each station. And that was the goal of the project.
Okay. So from your study, you have the top-down approach, aerial, and then you have also ground up based on the survey on the ground. You discover leaks, and then you can estimate, and sometimes you back it. You estimate how much emission. What is the conclusion between your aerial and ground-based approach? Are they showing big difference?
Yeah,
If
if you go, can you
so,
go
the
to
difference
slide,
is
I think
caused
it's
by
slide
what?
10, Josh? We have the charts of all the stations. I think it's 10 near the end there. But essentially, when it depends, right? The conclusion was essentially it's difficult. Two more, I think it's the next two slides. One more. There we go, perfect. So as you can see here, when sometimes it's appropriate. Essentially, I think the key takeaway is if there are a low number of actuated or intermittent emissions associated with the station, then the aerial does a very good job of estimating the overall emission rate associated with it. The issue comes with the intermittent releases kind of causing this aliasing of the overall emission rate at a station if the aerial just so happens to be flying over at that time. And so if you're going to use aerial, you should have a very good understanding of your vented actuated emissions to know if there's any potential for that when that technology is used.
Okay, that leads me to the next question. Instead of aerial, which kind of expensive, and then as you can see, sometimes you miss whether the vented emission occur at that time. I remember in the past you also looking at technology, stationary technology rather than aerial. Is that still going on right now? Are you still trying to develop that stationary detection equipment?
Yes, we actually are still ongoing with those studies. The biggest issue we've run into with stationary is that the number is really on the cost effectiveness side with that technology, but we're continuing to explore alternative options.
But Eric, I thought aerial is going to be more expensive compared to stationary.
Oh, absolutely. We are not using aerial actively currently for these station surveys. We just wanted to do a comparison as part of the research to see if there was a benefit with it, right? Compared to ground-based survey. We still definitely champion the ground-based approach.
Okay, thank you.
So the overall, I understand that you're doing this research to see if you can develop a company-specific emission factor or factors for the TN transmission metering and regulating stations. And you're still collecting data, basically. You haven't reached your conclusion. One possibility would be you might come up with a single average emission factor for a station and just say we've got 13 stations, and over the average over a year is they have this kind of average emission. So we're just going to assign that emission factor to our stations, and that would be a pretty, say, gross or average kind of number. Are you thinking that you might develop a finer granularity of emission factor based on components or the kinds of equipment in the station?
So that's a great question, Fred. We're exploring different options as we go through the data analysis. It definitely, the first approach you mentioned, where we're taking kind of a company-specific station-based emission factor, is one thing that we are considering after looking at the data and going through the analysis. Originally, we did aim to try to find a component-based emission factor, but we just don't have the proper sample size yet for that, or for the station-based factor, really, which is why we're trying to collect a few more stations this year.
Yeah, I would think part of the difficulty could be that you have different equipment configurations at each station, different, say, typical levels of activity that, some station may be more active in doing a lot of venting from needing to control more flows of gas through that station in a year than, say, others. So I think there could be quite a lot of variability from station to station.
Yeah, the other approach we're looking at, and the reason we jumped on board with the NiSearch project, is they have a categorization scheme for these stations. And so rather than applying a single emission factor to every station uniformly, you can categorize your stations by size or activity, and then assign an emission factor for each station category, similar to what we're doing, in some of these other appendices.
Cool. Yeah, thanks. I see Renee Guild had raised her hand. Why don't you go, Renee?
Thank you. Hi, I'm Renee Guild from the Energy Division. I just wondered, how many regulating stations do you have, regulator stations, and how did you choose this sample of 9?
Sure. So we have approximately, under Appendix 2, there are 67 stations from our last report. We visited about 13. We chose these 9 from the 13 based on kind of trying to get a wide sample of different station sizes in different areas. And part of it is also based on what we had access to at that time, based on the facilities management there. And so we kind of selected this sample, and we'd like to visit a few more of the stations to cover it, fill in any gaps that we may have.
Okay, thanks. And then I just had a follow-up. Are there geographical locations where aerial surveys cannot be used?
There are, yes. There are some areas where there are flight restrictions, which is why we weren't able to perform this survey at all 13 of the stations.
Okay, thanks.
All right. I also see that Christian has had his hand up from CARB.
Hi, this is Christian from CARB. Eric, thank you for the presentation. I think I heard that there was a concern that emissions could be overestimated by the snapshot capturing large or intermittent releases. But by the same logic, if these aren't captured, emissions could be underestimated. So what was done during the study to account for this, that you need to capture the intermittent releases, but identify them properly?
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously for this study, we were only at these stations for a certain period of time, for approximately 4+ hours. So we can only base our analysis on the time period that we were at the stations and the measurements we took from both the fugitive and the vented side during that time period. And We know what time period the aerial drones were flying. So we have that temporal analysis available as well. This is actually one of the reasons we want to continue the study by assembling this device to get the real-time data for the actuated emissions, vented emissions from the stations over a longer period of time, because I want to be able to account for that difference in activity and seasonality at these stations.
Sure. So for this current data set was, the actual vented emissions, was that timed and identified that way?
Yes, so we have timestamps for all of the measurements we took from the vented emissions, and we have the time that the drone flights were being performed, that data was being recorded. So these are comparisons, side-by-side comparisons of things that were happening within the same time periods on this slide.
Interesting. Thank you.
Yep. Are there any other questions? I have trouble seeing the raised hand, so if anybody can let me know.
I'm not seeing any other raised hands at this time.
Perfect. Well then, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Eric. All right. It looks like we're on track with the schedule. I'd like to hand it over to the next presenter for Sempra for the Appendix 3.
Yes, hello, that would be me. Let me just set up the presentation here. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, you're coming through.
Perfect, thank you. I'll get started then. Hello, everyone. My name is Andy Sanchez. I'm an engineer with the Southern California Gas Company in the Compressor Services Group. Today, I will be presenting on the Appendix 3 Compressor Raw Packing Quarterly Measurements Pilot Program. Let's see here. So just as a quick agenda, this is a short presentation, but just general outline of what I'll be presenting today. So I'll be going over the background for the pilot program, going over results, and then concluding with summary and conclusions. Thank you. So as a background, during the 2021 winter workshop, questions arose regarding the variability of compressor emission flow rates data and the rate at which raw packing was with flow rates greater than 2 SCFM per centimeter were being identified. So in response, it was agreed between CPUC and SoCalGas and SDG&E that we perform a quarterly testing pilot study to basically to try see if we can identify or answer these questions a little better. So 4 stations were included in this pilot study, 3 coming from SoCalGas, those being Blythe, South Needles, and Ventura, and 1 coming from SDG&E, Moreno. And these 4 stations encompass 24 total compressors. And the approach that was taken for this pilot was that in quarterly intervals, and asphalt measurements were taken for each compressor between 2020 and up until about mid-2022. And initial goals for the pilot were to identify and or characterize variability in the measurements, identify correlations between leak growth and packing age, and identify failures prior to the actual formal annual test. And it should be noted that this initial findings were for the initial measurements and findings were presented at the 2022 winter workshop. So this is an update which now includes all the measurements taken up until that mid-2022. So the additional data that is now being presented. So again, that early half of 2022 follows the same pattern and conclusions as those presented at the 2021 workshop. Here we have a chart showing the data for the Blythe station. We included all of the operating pressurized measurements starting in 2020. So this also includes annual measurements as well, and as well as the quarterly measurements. So very same conclusions as were presented before. So really no units showed any increase in raw packing emission rates over time, or any significant raw packing emission rates over time. And no raw packing emission rates were found to be at a greater than that 2 SCFM per cylinder limit. Similar story for Moreno station. So again, this is just the annual and quarterly operating pressurized mode measurements. Similar, no significant increase in raw packing emission rates, and nothing that was found at a greater than that 2 SCFM. And then here we have South Needles as well, smaller station or less data points, but similar conclusions. And then Ventura here, we have a good representation of that kind of high variability that we observed and presented on. So if we can follow any kind of data point here, so each data point represents one of the units. Here at Ventura Station, there's 3 reciprocating units. So let's say we were to follow unit number 2. As you can see, each measurement point is it's taken. It's high variability. There really is no trend line that can be applied to this. Any trend lines that we do apply have a high R-squared value, so indicating very low confidence. And there's again high variability, decreasing and increasing rates over time, but all still below that 2 SCFM per cylinder limit. So just kind of in summary and summary conclusions. So in conclusion, there was no real value in the data that was gathered from the quarterly testing pilot. So the raw packing emission rates vary, randomly with time. No trends of increasing raw packing emission rates were that led to a greater than 2 SCFM per cylinders were observed. So all of our compressors were under that 2 SCFM, and nothing was no repairs were triggered. And in addition to this, so quarterly testing is not effective at predicting raw packing failure rates because of that high variability. So even with, if we're testing it 4 times instead of that once per year, just because of the high variability, we're not able to, let's say, anticipate any kind of failures. And there is evidence to show that, when raw packing fails, it just fails suddenly, not over time. And in addition to this, there are many challenges that were identified, during this quarterly testing program as well, that should be considered when weighing the benefits of the quarterly testing program. One would be that our engines do not operate on a set schedule, so it's not uncommon for our units to remain unoperated for long periods of time. So an increase in testing in that kind of pressurized operating mode would therefore require us to operate units out of normal use. So this would therefore equate to more greenhouse gas emissions from engine operations, blowdowns, etc. And second would be that because of that sporadic schedule our units are operated on, this leads to significant complications related to measurement scheduling, and just personnel issues as well. And just as a conclusion, just because of the low value in the data that was collected, and as well as all the challenges related to quarterly testing, SoCalGas and SDG&E do not plan to proceed with quarterly testing packing emissions at this time. And any questions?
Thanks, Andy. That's really, really interesting, and appreciate that you guys went through that study. I don't know all the details. Is the number 2 chosen because that would be like the threshold above which you decide to change rod packing?
So yes. So the 2 SCFM, that is our carb limit. So at 2 SCFM and that pressurized operating mode, it triggers an automatic reporting and repair procedure.
Okay.
So we have 30 days to repair it if we were to identify any raw packing that is above that 2 SCFM per cylinder limit.
I noticed one of your sites was the Ventura compressor station, which I understand there's a lot of concern in the company because those compressor units are getting pretty old.
Mhm.
Is there currently a concern that if you have to go through a repair order because of exceeding your 2C SCFM? Is there concern that the packing materials may be difficult to obtain because of obsolescence of the compressor units?
No, so we are able to modify our compressor cases as well as apply kind of new technologies and new raw packing rings. So there is still support from the manufacturers. So we're not, most of our compressors actually have updated raw packing and raw packing cases as well. So we are actively improving our technologies when we do upgrade or repair our compressors.
No, that's good. Thank you.
Any other questions? I can't really
Yeah,
see.
Wynn's got his hand up. Go ahead, Wynn.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Andy, since
Yes.
you are not going to conduct quarterly measurement anymore, what is the next option trying to detect this rod packing failure as soon as possible?
So we do have other efforts that we're pursuing as far as measurement indicators. SoCalGas is participating in PRCI projects to identify technologies and methods where we can have in situ measurement methods that will indicate, a spike or yeah, just an indicator as far as if there's anything related that's that could be beyond that 2 SCFM limit. Continuous monitoring is difficult just because there is issues with oil and treatment, fouling of measurement equipment. But PRCI project again is kind of geared towards trying to see if there's alternatives to that as far as just simple indicators or a simple yeah. So, and then other things that SoCalGas is looking as well, we're looking into pursuing a proactive approach to identifying or maintaining and identifying anything that could potentially go beyond that 2 SCFM limit. So this would include more of a qualitative and maintenance schedule. So looking at things as far as like changes in temperature, and typically there is some evidence that would support that a failed raw packing would lead to higher temperatures in the vent lines. So possibly looking at having some kind of visual or some kind of visual or maybe thermal camera inspections performed on a routine basis. So something that would support support our annual our formal annual testing. So if we were to find something, let's say in that case, something qualitative that would lead us to believe that it might be out of compliance, then we would therefore kind of follow that up with an actual measurement.
Okay, thank you. You might be aware that CARB is in the process of amending the oil and gas methane regulation. I think you will follow that, and I don't know whether that is going to impact that rod packing requirement or not, but that is in the work right now. I don't know if Jim is here. Jim probably can touch a little bit, but at least that's in the process.
Okay, yeah, it'd be interested to find out more about that.
Good, thank you.
Any other questions here? I don't think I see any other hands.
I'm not seeing any other hands up, and no comments in the chat. So I think that that'll be all for questions for now. Thank you so much for the presentation, Andy.
Thank you.
All right, so at this point in the agenda, we're scheduled for a short 15-minute break. We are 5 minutes early. I think for purposes of staying on the agenda, I think we can afford to probably take that extra 5 minutes and put it in the break. So we'll stick to the agenda's start time of returning at 10:30 from break. Give everyone a chance to refresh their coffee, go to the restroom, and stretch a bit. All right, welcome back from break, everyone. We're at 10:30, which is right on time with our planned schedule. It looks like we have a couple more presentations from Sempra to go through. So I would like to invite Sempra to have the front stage.
Thanks, Gary. This is Ed Newton, the Gas Engineering Programs Manager for SoCalGas. And I will be presenting on our Appendix 4, emission factors. Everybody see that okay? Figure out how to move this over. I see it's over here. Hang on a minute. Can everybody see my screen okay?
Yeah, we can see your.
Got it, Ed.
Okay, very good. So I'll be presenting on the update to our distribution main and service emission factors. And I am assuming that everyone is fairly familiar with the approach that SoCalGas uses in the decision tree approach that we developed in using methane concentration at surface of buried leaks on the distribution system in various surface conditions in order to predict whether or not a leak is above or below 10 cubic feet per hour. And so based on that methodology, we're able to very precisely estimate the emissions for the distribution system. And we'll go through the update that we have to the emission factors based on more leak measurement that we've conducted over the last couple of years. And we'll share the refined emission factors that we have now to present, along with confidence intervals for the system, now that we have implemented the approach system-wide for SoCalGas. We'll also share the trends that we have for different variables that also affect the emission factors in our calculation of overall system emissions. And then we also sampled leaks on the San Diego system and preparing to implement the decision tree methodology for San Diego as well. So in 2021 and 2022, we collected about 331 additional samples where we went out and we did the surface expression method for measuring the flow rate of leaks across our systems. And that increased our total sample measurement count from 382 to 713. So we've now got a very large and robust data set. And you can see from our phase 2 report, which was a summary of both our phase 1 and phase 2 data, the decision tree Bayesian proportions in the error table, and how with the addition of the additional samples, we continue to be very consistent in the leaks that we refer to as DT negative, as a prediction of whether or not the leak is below 10 cubic feet an hour, and an improvement in the true positive rate for the prediction of leaks that are above 10 cubic feet per hour. And a reminder also that the false positive high percentage really doesn't affect us much in terms of application, because we repair all of our leaks anyway. And what this does for us is that by focusing on prioritizing the DT positive, even though there's this large percentage that isn't truly above 10, we still have the effect of reducing emissions by accelerating the repair of those leaks that the decision tree tells us has a probability of being a large leak. So the adjustment to the emission factors was again done through the Bayesian analysis. The additional data allows us to leverage that larger sample to further refine and tighten up the confidence intervals for the emission factors. Just as a reminder, there's the equation there showing how we calculate from the proportions the emission factor. And then the second bullet there shows the 2022 full population proportions due to the system-wide implementation, which we now have for this phase of the study. And we can use that information to correct any bias that occurred in the research. And you can see that in the table, the rate of measurement that we conducted during our research between our all district random samples for phase 1 and 2, as well as the 3 district pilot studies that we conducted. And then in the last 2 years, the implementation and the samples that we conducted under there. For the research, we had a proportion between our DT positive and DT negative of 39% to 61%. And now that we have the entire system implemented with the DT process, we know that the true proportion of the system is 25%, 75%. And that now allows us to apply the accurate confidence intervals for the entire system. And so these are the adjusted emission factors. You can see up in the upper left is the phase 2 emission factor estimates for the system for both the DT triggered, which is DT positive, DT not triggered, DT negative. And then the unknown is the system average. So if we don't have the leak concentration data, and we leverage this primarily for the unknown leaks on the system, that we calculate from our leak rate, that average is applied, when we don't have the DT information. And so with the larger data set, we're able to tighten up that emission factor estimate, as well as providing the confidence intervals for our prior studies. And so this is new. You can see here in the lower right, the confidence intervals around the estimate from the prior studies. We went back and were able to recalculate this by running a Monte Carlo analysis, leveraging all of the measured sample data as well as the DT proportions. And so you can see that as the confidence or as the more data is added through the Bayesian analysis, that the confidence intervals tighten up over time and through the studies. You can also notice that when you compare it back to the estimate from our phase 2 study, that the confidence intervals encapsulate the prior estimate. And so that shows that our original estimate was within the confidence interval, and that is tightening up over time. Similarly, for the DT not triggered, you can see that the confidence intervals capture the prior estimates. And then for the unknown, which is the overall system average, we have a nice trend showing the tightening up and then the refinement that emission factor. So applying this to our 2015 baseline year, as well as the last report for 2021, you can see the effect that this has on the overall estimate. It's a relatively small effect. Both the 2015 baseline and the 2021 years go up slightly as a result of the refinement of these factors. Having this overall knowledge of the system allows us to also do things like showing how many leaks are in each order of magnitude bin of leak categories in terms of flow rates. And so here you can see that the majority of our leaks on our system are between 0.1 to 1 cubic foot an hour. And the overall average for the system is right around 1 cubic foot an hour. So 50% of the leaks, the number of leaks, are below 1 and 50% above 1. From an emissions perspective, this is interesting because you can see that the category of 10 to 100 is 10 times larger than 1 to 10. So for every one of these leaks, right, it's 10 times higher than the category to the left. And you can see that as we focus on this portion of our system, emissions and driving down the duration of those leaks, that we can reduce the emissions on our system. In regard to other factors that also drive the overall calculated emissions for the system, right? It's not just about the emission factor, it's also about how many leaks are occurring on the system. And that's our first graph here on the leaks, on the survey leaks per mile that are detected. And of course, as we increased our leak survey activity, the number of leaks that we were detecting went up because we were detecting the leaks that were in the unknown part of our system, right? We knew that was going to happen. But now that we've gotten past that change in our process and increase in the number of miles that we survey per year, that is now trending back down. But you can also see, back in 2016 when things were stable, you can compare it now to 2021, and we'll add in 2022 as we get that data ready for publication, that the trend is indeed going down, over that time period. Similarly, the average days leaking, of course, we've been focused on reducing our leak inventory so that we get more towards a find it, fix it type of management of our system leaks. And you can see over the time period from 2016 to 21, the dramatic decrease in the number of average days leaking per leak on the distribution system. Similarly, the quantity of unknown leaks, that of course is directly related to the amount of our system that we're surveying per year. And our unknown leaks are calculated on a portion of the system that we don't survey in a given year. And of course, there's a dramatic reduction there because we've increased the percentage of our system that we're surveying, and we're now doing about 68% of our system annually. And then a side benefit of all of that is also the quantity of O&M leaks that are detected on their system in between our survey activities. And through routine survey or routine activities other than leak survey, as well as customer reported leaks, is also dramatically declining on the system as we detect leaks programmatically as the course of the system management. As I mentioned, for San Diego, we also conducted a study of the San Diego system in preparation for implementation of the DT process down there. We sampled, I forget the exact number, 108 samples. We had 14 DT positive and 94 DT negative. You can see the error table there specifically for the San Diego system. And when we compare this to the SoCal results, and we look at it proportionally based on the number of leaks detected per mile on the San Diego system versus SoCal system, it's relatively similar after normalizing. And so our plan for San Diego this year is to implement the DT process for San Diego as well. So for the next steps, I'm going to cover a number of these next steps when we get to the presentation that I'll do on the aerial methane mapping process. So in addition to these steps, I also wanted to mention that the DT process is now fully implemented for SoCalGas. This year, now that we've driven down our inventory of leaks, we'll be focused on prioritizing our DT positive leaks, and so that we get the most benefit out of the emission reduction strategy. And we'll continue, of course, with the random sampling of our process or our system in order to monitor the performance of the DT process as well as the performance of the system. And that's one of the benefits of using this approach is if there is an upset condition on the system, that we'll be able to pick it up with these statistics. For example, if we had a big earthquake, right, and something happened on the system that caused more leaks to develop for some period of time, this would allow us to pick it up and properly estimate the emissions from those types of events. And then for SoCalGas, we plan to, of course, integrate our aerial methane mapping data into this process. And I mentioned I'll get into that in the AMM presentation, and then implementing the process on the San Diego system. So that was very quick. Are there any comments or questions?
Yeah, hi Ed, Fred Haynes here. Just a couple of basic questions about your methods, et cetera, just to help refresh my memory. When you're doing your decision tree method, it's about what your surveyor is finding at the surface. And you've done your study to create the approach and the logic that they use to categorize something as greater than 10 or not. But I believe that your quantification is all done based on digging up the leak and measuring leak rate at the site of the leak on the pipe underground. Is that right?
It's all based on the surface expression of the leak, right? When you dig up the leak, the flow rate changes. We've done that as well. In fact, we did a study with CARB where we looked at the comparison of the surface expression, flow rate, and then the flow rate of the leak in the buried condition. When you dig it up, conditions change. So we rely on that surface expression method prior to digging up the leak. And that's the best estimate of the flow rate from the leak on the system. And in regard to
go ahead.
Yeah, in regard to your other question, right, one of the main benefits of this process is that we obtain the methane concentration measurements at the time the leak is detected and graded on our system. And so as soon as we detect and grade the leak, we have the DT measurement data as well. We've implemented that as part of our leak grading process. And so that allows us temporally to know as soon as the leak is discovered whether or not, right, it's DT positive or DT negative, and whether or not we should prioritize that leak for repair, thereby giving us the best opportunity operationally to reduce the emissions in the system.
Thanks. Has there ever been consideration that the surface expression of an underground leak may not be the entirety of a leak, that there might be multiple locations where the gas is migrated to and finding its way to the surface?
So that is managed by a part of our process and making sure that we we do a good job when we're doing those measurements of capturing the entirety of the spread. On rare occasions, you might get, migration of a leak, following a path, right along a path line, another pipeline, and venting to another location. But generally speaking, the leaks on the distribution system are pretty well behaved in terms of the spread and where that leak is venting. Now, sometimes when we dig up the leak, and we saw this in the study with CARB, we can find things we weren't expecting. You might find more than one leak location nearby. And so what you were measuring was actually more than one leak on the system. And then our, from the surface, we only know what is underground, and we can only guess as to what is leaking. It's not until we dig it up and we know for sure what the material is and what the facility is, which is why, in some of the prior work in the industry, they relied on that preliminary estimation from the surface condition to report what was likely the material that was leaking in the facility. And so that's the reason why we just do a single factor approach for our methodology, is that it removes all of those variables and those uncertainties around the non-repaired leak data. And then we're also tracking the repaired leak data in order to assess the performance of the different parts of our system in terms of the materials that are used and the fittings and the components.
Great, thank you. I had another one, but I see Win also has his hand raised.
Oh, sorry,
Go
go ahead,
ahead.
Fred.
Oh, just as kind of a sidebar, in the course of your investigation and the repair processes, is anybody like noting the typical dimension of a leak, like a hole size or approximate, aperture of a leak?
We don't have that, but we do have on the distribution side some laboratory reports for the types of failures, for example, on plastic failures, right? Sometimes it's difficult to determine in the field why a leak the cause of the leak, and so those are sent into our lab to evaluate and to determine what's going on. So that's what we would have for distribution.
I'm just mentioning this because another research organization has recently been in touch with me, and they presented sort of a theoretical derivation of, from scientific physics equations of flow. They did their study, and they're kind of like backing into associating like a hole size in the pipe with maximum possible potential leak rate. But I just don't know how much sort of credence to put into their presentation, because I just don't know if the kinds of hole sizes that they're including in their study are anywhere close to the realistic hole sizes that develop on our distribution pipelines. So
yeah,
we can talk about that a little offline maybe, but
I will comment that the problem with that is the interaction with the soil and the resistivity and the resistance that the soil can present. Oftentimes we have a very hard ball of earth around the leaks, which our field guys calls a clinker. And, that can actually affect, as that forms, it can actually constrain the leak significantly, right? And then as they're digging up the leak, once they break that off, you get a much larger flow rate because that was constraining the flow of the leak.
It was acting like more piping, if you will, or
Yeah,
if the effective hole size, if you want to make an equation like of that kind, is actually much less because the soil is kind of acting like a restriction.
yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's very interesting. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Win.
Yep. I think Win was next. Hi, Win.
I uh the I don't remember it. I think the second slide when you show that you increase the sample size now from 300 into 700 something.
Yes.
Okay, so the last time we spoke about this decision tree, was that using 713 or 382? I cannot remember now.
382 would have been the last time.
382. So since you presented to us, now you increase almost double now.
Yeah.
The sample size. And one of our recommendation last time, because you have DT positive, that without enough sample, now you collected more samples for to try to minimize the effect of DT positive. Is that true?
No, it's just, in the Bayesian approach, the more samples you can get, the more confident you are in your probability estimates, right? So as the sample size grows in what we measure, as long as we don't change our process, which we haven't, right? It's all of these measurements are done by researchers, ourselves or our contractors that are very experienced in measuring leak flow rate, right? This is not something that the field is doing. So, that process has not changed. We're very confident, right, in those flow measurements and the precision of those flow measurements. And so that's what this data is predicated on. The methane concentration, right, that is done by the field. The field is measuring the concentration of the methane at the different surface locations, in the soil types. So that piece is done by the field. And we've also shown, through the implementation that what we were getting under research were our field is giving us very similar results. We can see that right in the output, in the proportions, right? For 2022, we got 75% of the leaks that the field measured the concentration at was DT negative, and 25% of the leaks that they got concentration for turned out to be DT positive.
So are you going to present this one to us soon, or also whether you use this one in your last report as far as 2015 adjustment, baseline adjustment?
Yeah, so this is new. We just got this analysis done. I will say that the numbers are still being refined because we're going through our 2022 data. And once we get the 2022 data, processed through all the QC steps and we get final numbers, then we'll finalize the numbers that I presented here. They shouldn't change much. And then we'll provide a report to you and the CPUC showing the refined emission factors with the confidence intervals. And it's we're really excited that we now have system-wide a confidence interval for our overall system emission estimate. I think this is the first, right, in our industry where we're able to provide this type and level of detail information.
If you can go back to slide number 4, I believe. Yeah, that one, on the first row, you show 382.
That's correct. That's from phase 2. Yeah.
Is this supposed to be 713 or still 382? Because you said now the sample size is 713.
No, I'm showing what it was in phase 2, right?
Okay.
And the research, the percentage there.
All right, and then go down the next slide. Next, when you show the previous, yeah, this one. When you say previous leaker-based emission factor and update leaker-based emission factor, what do you mean by this? Is this, which one is for 2021 or which one is going to be for 2022 data?
So the previous leaker-based EFs, which were based on the phase 2 report that we published,
Okay.
these numbers are based on those emission factors, right?
So
That was
the
provided.
last, sorry.
Yeah. So this middle line is what was provided in our 2021 annual report.
I see.
Okay.
So the last row, that is still not firm yet, but this is your preliminary estimate. The baseline adjustment instead of 576 supposed to be 615. Is that what you're saying?
Based on the new data that we've added into the calculation, right? And it's really a refinement, right? You can look at these confidence intervals, right? When we published our 4.22 number back in our phase 2 report, right? We didn't have the full system implementation data to calculate the confidence intervals. Now that we have the full implementation, we can go back and recalculate the confidence interval and the emission factor for that 4.22 number, and we get 4.37. Now 4.22, is right here, or right around here, right? So we were, it's a probability, right? And it's an estimate. But we now know, now that we have our confidence intervals around that estimate, how close we were. We can look back and say, oh, we did pretty good, right? We captured it within the calculated confidence interval based on the full implementation. And we can calculate a new number based on applying what we know today to what we published previously. And we can show that it did a good job. It got us within the overall confidence interval that we now know.
Okay, so you're going to submit another revision for your estimate soon based on the larger sample size?
Yes.
Okay, I'm looking forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Win. Renee, I think you had your hand up next.
I've gotten a little bit confused as to how the decision tree process works. As I understand, it's designed basically to help you identify where the largest leaks are. Is that right?
Well, it's twofold, right? It both allows us to prioritize leaks that are potentially large so that we can repair them faster and reduce our emissions. And then it also helps us to estimate the emissions on their system because it would be very costly for us to go out and measure the flow rate of every leak, right? So this is a surrogate to measuring flow rate. So we can take our sample and we can say, based on what the surface concentration was, we've got a good estimate of the emission that would be assigned to each of those categories, whether it's DT positive or DT negative. And then from that, we can calculate the emissions for the system. So it's really twofold. It helps us estimate our overall emissions and calculate those emissions precisely with 95% confidence. And it also allows us to prioritize leaks that are potentially large.
Okay. All right. So that's helpful. I think the process starts though with like a field technician that is going out and observes the leak and measures that leak from the surface.
Mm-hmm.
And then it goes back to your research personnel. Is that how the process unfolds? And you evaluate where the pipelines underground might be that might be leaking?
So the
and try
field,
to make a prediction based on that. Is that right?
yeah, when the field discovers the leak, part of their grading process is to measure the methane concentration that's coming from that leak. It used to be, before we implemented this, they recorded the methane concentration in their bar hole. So they would put down bar holes and they would, vent the leak and measure the concentration in the bar hole. What we discovered was that if we measured the methane concentration at the ground, at the surface level, right, whether it's in grass or whether it's over paving and cracks, or whether it's the leak is migrating into, underground vaults and structures, those all have a different profile in terms of the methane concentration. And so we're gathering that methane concentration data at the surface, and then we've developed the algorithms and the models to use that methane concentration to predict the flow rate. And so because this happens at the time the leak is discovered and graded, right, temporally, right, we don't have to wait for the measurement, right? We can predict as soon as we get those methane concentration measurements, whether or not the leak is large and whether or not we should prioritize it. Now, secondarily to that, we have researchers going out and randomly sampling the DT positives and DT negatives and taking measurements on a random basis to develop the statistics and the flow rate estimate for each of the categories.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Sure. Christian, I think you had your hand up next.
Yeah, Ed, I have a very quick question. I know I don't want you to run over time too much here. So far, you already eliminated cast iron pipe, and then you also eliminated troublesome plastic pipes. To the best of your knowledge, without those two troublesome materials in your system, most of these leaks that you discover coming from joint between main and surface pipeline. Is that true?
No, most of the leaks occur actually on our unprotected steel portion of our system. They're relatively small leaks due to corrosion. We also get leaks from, fittings and welds, and then on our vintage plastic system, right, we do get some slow crack growth leaks, leaks from some older style tapping T caps that were made of a different material, and those end up cracking as well and failing. I think that's the bulk of the leaks, but generally speaking, most are coming from steel. About 20% or so are coming from plastic. And then for our modern materials, right, there's very low leak rates. The modern plastic and the protected steel, a lot of those are construction related defects and material defects.
Yeah, will be interesting if you can give us a summary next time when you submit your revised estimate of this DMNS leaks.
Okay, sure. Yeah, we can do that.
Thank you.
Yep. Christian?
Thanks, Ed. Thanks for your presentation. This is Christian from CARB. I had a question on slide 8.
Yes.
Do you mind explaining why the number of unknown leaks would increase from 2020 to 2021?
I think what happened there, I think that's tied to the leak rate on the system. I would have to go back and look at it, but just guessing. I think we had already implemented all of our changes in our leak survey activities. It could also be because every year the mileage of pipe increases in our unsurveyed area because that's our news portion of our system. Mm-hmm. It could also be related to that. I'd have to go back and look at it.
But if the mileage that's surveyed is increased every year, wouldn't that mean that there should be less unknown leaks?
Well, you have a leak rate, right? And then it's times the mileage.
Okay.
And so for your unknown calculation.
Okay,
Right.
so it would point to the other variables then.
Yeah.
Okay, and so the 2021 data point, is that the data that was submitted last year?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm curious why it looks like the 2020 and 2021 data, in the annual reporting, it's different than what is in this chart.
We can go back and double check this.
Okay, yeah,
Um,
just curious. Thanks.
yeah, if that's not correct, we'll fix it. And if you're interested in this data, we can double check that and reissue those as corrections.
I'm definitely interested. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. I think that's all the hands that we have raised for now. We are going a little over our time for now. So if anyone does have any more questions, please hold them till we have another chance, or else type them in the chat, and we'll make sure that everyone has access to them. Thank you so much, Ed.
Thank you.
All right. And next up on the agenda will be the presentation for Appendix 6 from Sempra.
Yes, thank you. I'll be giving that one, and if my colleague Josh would be so kind to assist me again by piloting the slides for me, that'd be great. Thank you, Josh. All right, hello, my name is Eric Rodriguez. I'm back again, and this presentation will be covering an update on our company-specific leaker-based emission factor development project for customer meters. Next slide, please. So I'll start with an overview of the project to go over the sampling methodology and the approach at both companies, review the data collection results, and then end with a proposed update to our current emission factors. I'd like to note that this presentation will only focus on the data collection and the statistical derivation of emission factors. The discussion regarding baseline adjustments and final annual emission numbers will be covered at a future date once our historic system data verification is complete. So at last year's winter workshop, we presented on the results of our data collection efforts at SoCalGas in 2022, and we applied the same sampling, in 2022, we applied the same sampling process at SDG&E. As a refresher, the goal of the project was to develop leaker-based emission factors to replace facility-based factors for customer meter emissions. Now, emission factors were developed based on currently reported PHMSA has and non-hazardous above-ground leak categories, which during the research at SoCal, we found had a lower implementation cost associated with it and also allowed for estimation of past year emissions using historic leak inventory data, as opposed to generating a new set of conditions such as bubble category. Now, additionally, we developed emission factors for non-detected leaks to account for emissions that are not captured by the current leak survey process. And then finally, we use these emission factors to estimate emissions from unknown leaks associated with the unsurveyed portion of the system, using an approach similar to that of the below ground distribution main and service leaks in Appendix 4. Next slide, please. For SoCalGas, we performed a system-wide random sampling across SoCalGas territory by geographically grouping districts into 9 meta-districts with roughly equivalent meter counts. And then we randomly sampled one district in each of these meta-districts. We collected methane concentration, flow rate, and bubble category data for 458 leaks at meter set assemblies. And we also sampled 203 non-leaking meters across the territory, and any indications that we found over 100 ppm were quantified, which resulted in 79 non-leaker MSA measurements. Next slide, please. So we applied a similar approach at San Diego SDG&E, Gas and Electric, and we randomly sampled across their 5 operating districts We collected flow rate measurements from approximately 150 MSA leaks, and we inspected 454 non-leaking meters, of which we found 37 non-detected leak indications and took measurements from. Next slide, please. So this slide shows a comparison of the bootstrap mean leak rates with 90% confidence intervals for the hazardous and non-hazardous leaks. Because of the relatively small sample size for hazardous leaks and the difficulty associated with obtaining measurement data for this category because of the relatively low frequency in the system, and since the grading criteria and practices are similar between the two companies, we combined the data sets for this hazardous category between the SoCalGas and SDG&E studies to form a single, more robust above ground hazardous emission factor. I'll note that the SDG&E non-haz emission factor seen on this plot is smaller than that of the SoCalGas, and we believe this is tied to SDG&E's practice of combining their 3-year leak survey with atmospheric corrosion procedures, which will result in more frequent inspection of these meter sets than SoCalGas. And I'll go into that a little bit more on future slides. Next slide, please. So this slide shows a side-by-side comparison of the bootstrap mean leak rates broken up into leaker and non-leaker categories for the two companies with the 95% confidence intervals. It can be seen that the means for the leaker category show good agreement between the two companies. The non-leaker mean for San Diego is larger than that of SoCalGas, but as shown in the table on the right, these occur at a significantly lower frequency than for SoCalGas, 8% versus 29% of the non-leaking meters respectively. Again, I'm going to point back to the mention that the operational difference at SDG&E, where the meters are inspected on a 3-year cycle as part of the corrosion survey. And so we suspect this is one of the reasons that the number of non-leaking meters is much lower, or the emissions associated with non-leaking meters rather. Next slide, please. So this table shows an example of proposed emission factor breakdown for SoCalGas customer meters. As presented in the last winter workshop, the emissions are broken down into 4 categories: above ground non-hazardous leaks, above ground hazardous leaks, unknown leaks associated with the unsurveyed portion of the system, and non-detected emissions associated with the non-detected leaks. So this table has been updated to account for the adjustment to the AG haz emission factors, and as a consequence, the unknown leaks emission factor, which uses a combination of the haz and non-haz factors, has also been changed in this table. Next slide, please. So this is the same table and the same breakdown, but for SDG&E. Again, the hazardous emission factor here is the same between the two companies. It's a combination of their data sets, but the non-haz, the unknown leaks, and the non-detected emission factors are company specific and based on that company's data statistics. Next slide, please. So the next steps for this project, we're going to continue to gather leak rate data for the hazardous leaks category so we can tighten up the confidence intervals for that emission factor with the goal of obtaining 14 more leak measurements for the category. As mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, we're also working on historic system data verification so that we can aid with discussion regarding baseline adjustments and annual emissions calculations. We are also working on identifying operational differences between the emission factors and the frequency of non-leakers between the two companies. As stated previously on the other slides, that we suspect this is associated with the combined corrosion and leak survey process for customer meters at SDG&E, and we're going to investigate this further to evaluate the cost effectiveness associated with adaptation of a similar practice at SoCalGas. In addition, we will continue investigating other cost-effective options for further reducing emissions associated with this portion of the system. Next slide, please. So that will conclude the presentation, and I'll open it up for questions. And again, it's a little tough for me to see the hands with my layout, so if anyone has their hand raised. I see Fred, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, a few things. Appreciate you guys combining the SoCal data in the case of the hazardous leaks. I'm just curious, how many data points were you able to get from the San Diego portion of the system for hazardous?
We were able to get 5 for San Diego for hazardous, and we combined that
Okay.
with the 12 data points from SoCal, so we're at 17 currently total.
Great, thank you. Shoot. I think I had another question, but I'll let Christian go next while I try to remember what it was.
Sure.
I'll just follow up on Fred's question, Eric. So you said there was 12 from SoCalGas and 5 from SDG&E, and you want 14 more?
That is correct.
And what would confidence interval would you get with 31?
I believe I'll have to go back and check through the notes. I believe we were aiming for an 80% confidence interval or 85% confidence interval. Typically, we've gone in other studies to as far high as 95%, but it's been very difficult getting samples for this category because there's such a small portion of the leaks of the system, and then the inherent safety aspects associated with these leaks are typically repaired on the spot, and so it's difficult for us to be able to get out there in time and take the measurements.
I understand. Earlier it was quoted, in the past it was quoted as you needed 37 data points to get an 80% confidence interval, so I'm curious if there is some change in calculation there.
I'll have to double check the numbers on that one for you because I
Okay.
may be misspeaking right now. But,
Sure, thank you. I do have more questions if that's all right.
Sure.
On slide 7 and slide 4, actually, it's between the two slides. Are these numbers supposed to be matching up for the non-detected leaks found? I think on slide 4 there was 79 measurements, but on slide 7 there's 60.
79 versus 60 here. Could you go to slide? That's a great question there, and I can check on that for you. I'll check on that for you and get back to you on that one.
Sure, I mean the meter surveyed number of 206 versus 203.
I know the 60 is correct, and I'm scratching my brain right now to figure out why we had that 79 on the other slide.
Sure. Yeah, if you're able to get that information, that'd be great. I have one last question, if you don't mind. So I understand that the explanation of, it's difficult to get the AG hazardous leak data, and so that's why that was combined. But was there any statistical analysis performed to determine if it was appropriate to share these two data sets between two service territories?
Yes, there was. There was an ANOVA performed, which we're going to include in the report that we put out, the final report that goes through all the data collection and the analysis. But it showed that there was no statistical difference between the two.
Okay, definitely interested in seeing that too.
If I can add, this is Ed Newton, if I can add to that, the process and the policies and procedures are also exactly the same between the two companies.
Okay, this ANOVA analysis, does it take into account the differences, at least in non-leaking, non-detected leaks found? Because there are pretty significant differences there on the slide you're currently on.
Yeah.
So I'll go ahead, Ed.
Yeah, that the systems are different in regard to the lower end of the curve, right? The non-hazardous and the non-leakers. And that's because of the difference in how the systems are managed and operated.
Okay, but on the higher end of the curve, is there a big difference in the leak rate for hazardous between SDG and SoCalGas? Because I didn't see that data presented here.
Well, it's a very small sample size. So, as
you don't know the average of the separate data sets?
Yeah. But we would expect the performance to be similar because the policies and procedures are the same. And
but the averages would be different.
Well, the makeup of the system is similar, and so when you have it right, you're looking at events that are unfrequent, and there's a lot of variability in terms of the flow rate, and we know that from the what we've seen, in other parts of our system. It's one of the problems with the log normal distribution, right? You can get these very rare events where you get, these high flow rate events, and they're very hard to pick up, from a measurement perspective.
Sure.
And so that's why we fit the data to a log normal distribution, and we perform the estimate of the emission off of the fitted curve so that we fill in those gaps in knowledge.
Okay, I guess from that answer. I have to understand that there is some difference, but we could explore it another time.
Yep.
And then looking
I'll
through the
jump in.
data.
I remembered my follow-up question. So just in terms of the equipment, like, is there like a big difference in vendor, manufacturing date, meter set equipment, just the physical design of it, practices about how frequently they're replaced, but just, sorts of anything that's really different systematically between the two companies' installations of meter sets.
There are some differences, Fred, but generally speaking, they're more similar than different, if I can
Right.
say it that way. Yeah.
Okay.
Eric,
This one.
as I recall, based on the latest MSA report SoCalGas submitted to us, you added 2 data points of hazardous leaks from San Diego into SoCalGas. Now you're saying you made another revision by collecting more data. Now instead of 2 from San Diego become 5 data points. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And all these numbers that you show to us here based on the latest data you collected so far.
That is correct. It's inclusive of all the data we've collected so far.
Okay. Now looking at slide number 7 here. At the top right, you show SoCalGas 206, San Diego 464 meters surveyed. This is the one you survey hazardous, non-hazardous, so that you can do your statistical analysis, correct?
So these are meters that were deemed non-leaking from the survey practice that we went back to, and we followed the approach CARB took, where we scanned every single threaded connection with a fine-tipped probe methane detector, and any indications above 100 ppm, we deemed that as something to quantify, and we quantified it with the high flow sampler. And so here that table is showing that 30 for San Diego, 37 of those 450 meters that we inspected had indications of 100 ppm or greater.
Okay, but why so huge difference? SoCalGas with much more MSAs compared to San Diego, and yet you have only 206 meters surface compared to 464 for San Diego.
Yeah, that was just part of the project. At first, San Diego, obviously SoCalGas, we performed the research at first and we collected the samples. When we went to San Diego, we were just moving at a very good pace in San Diego collecting samples, especially because so many more few meters had indications on them. So for like the equivalent amount of time spent, we were able to cover more meters. Again, because proportionally only 8% of them had those indications on them versus the 29% at SoCal. So it's more of a time aspect.
Also, my question, given SoCalGas with a bigger customers service, collecting only now 17 or something hazardous compared to San Diego. You have 5 from San Diego now. Looking at the proportion of the number of MSA, seems like you're collecting more from San Diego as far as proportion compared to SoCalGas.
So San Diego is a much smaller physical territory, so it was a bit easier for us to get to those leaks in time before they're repaired. With SoCal, we have the struggle of being a much wider area to cover, and so it's a bit more difficult.
Okay.
geographically.
Yeah, so you're going to submit another revision for your proposed MSA emission factor soon?
Yes,
Okay. Thank you.
no problem. And I want to go back to your previous question, Christian, regarding the 79 versus the 60. When I go back and look through the data, the 60 is the correct number. That 79 were, for a variety of reasons, 19 of those are thrown out. Either they had an indication of 100 ppm, but when they were quantified, the high flow sampler just read 0, essentially, standard cubic feet per hour associated with it. Or as part of the data review, we realized that some of those were actually associated with damages and therefore don't belong under the leaks category of the reporting. And see, these emission factors are for leaks, not for damages. So that's the reason for the difference in the numbers.
Thank you for following up. Is there a reason that damages are not included as a leak?
It's just currently, and under the current appendix reporting, they're counted differently. And so we wanted to maintain that appendix format.
Interesting. So the 79 non-leakers, it said there's a bubble category associated with them. Is that a typo, or did they actually indicate bubbles? Oh, like, were the non-detected leakers indicating bubbles at all?
So that's one where we went through and we applied the bubble test to them all. The categories we had for bubbles were, bubbles formed, soap blown off, foam, or indeterminate. And usually indeterminate is something that didn't form anything, or it's something that it was just too difficult to tell. And so those are typically associated with that indeterminate category where you apply soap and there's not really anything there.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Last comment, Ed, when you resubmit this proposal, we would really appreciate it if you can show all your calculations so they're easier to verify and follow.
By all means.
Thank you.
Hey, Win, if I could put you on the spot for a minute, you did the CARB study for the customer meters, right, between SoCal and San Diego. Would you say
Yes.
that the meter set assemblies that you observed were similar between the two utilities?
I have to go back but when you submit your revision, I'll make sure I will review my report and then we can discuss about it. Maybe this is not the right time, but
Okay.
I definitely
Yeah.
would like to respond to whatever questions that you have.
Yeah, apologize for putting you on the spot. I just thought if you could comment, but that's no problem.
Yeah,
You.
I cannot recall. I don't want to say something wrong.
No problem. Thank you.
See any other hand raised, I think. Am I missing anybody?
I'm not seeing anyone else with their hand raised, so I think we can move on to the next presenter. Thank you so much, Eric.
Thank you.
Next up is Andrew from CARB.
Gary, am I good to go? You see my screen?
Yep.
Excellent. Hello, everyone. Again, I am Andrew Maroka from the California Air Resources Board, and I work with Christian Fehrenbacher and Gary Ehrman on the data analysis and writing of the 2022 joint report. We also worked together to revise and issue the reporting template last year. As we reviewed the reporting submittals and prepared the 2022 joint report, we identified several ways to improve the reporting template. In particular, when we developed the annual list of questions and comments to gas companies in July, we have noticed that some issues can be addressed by revisions to the template. However, if possible, we do not revise and reissue the 9 appendices of the template during the reporting cycle. Instead, we compile a list of the proposed changes and discuss them at the winter workshop prior to issuing an updated version of the reporting template in March. In this presentation, I will discuss CPUC's and CARB's proposed changes to the 2023 reporting template and procedures. This slide provides an overview of the 9 changes that CPUC and CARB are proposing to the reporting template and procedures for 2023. First, I will discuss the update of the tab column description and explanations that will apply to appendices 1 through 7. Second, I will discuss the addition of columns for reporting related to blowdown emissions in Appendix 1 transmission pipelines. Third, I will discuss a revision to Appendix 6, the meter set assembly appendix, to include reporting of the leak determination method. Fourth, I will discuss revisions to Appendix 7, the underground storage appendix, to make sure that the tab names are consistent with Appendix 8, the summary appendix, and Appendix 9, the emission factor appendix. Fifth, I will discuss the removal of columns and header notes in the compressor vented emissions tab of Appendix 7, the underground storage appendix. I will also discuss the removal of unnecessary columns in the compressor vented emissions tab of Appendix 7. Sixth, I will discuss the revision of tab names and adding an additional column in Appendix 8, the summary appendix. Seventh, I will discuss the addition of notes to Appendix 9, the emission factor appendix. Eighth, I will discuss a revision to question 1 of the supplemental questionnaire to facilitate a more complete response. And ninth, I will discuss the deletion of questions 2 through 6 of the supplemental questionnaire. We will provide additional details and discuss the reasoning behind each proposed change in subsequent slides. The tab column description and explanations in appendices 1 through 7 lists the column headings in each tab of each appendix and clarifies the information to be entered in each column. Although this information is included in comment boxes in each column heading cell in each appendix, these tabs were added to compile this information in one place for ease of review. These tabs have not been updated since 2019. Therefore, we propose to update these tabs to include the current column headings and description of information to be entered in each column. Next, we are proposing to add 2 new columns to the transmission pipeline blowdowns tab in Appendix 1. Gas companies would provide the reason for the blowdown and emission reduction strategy used in these new columns. Some examples of this could be gas capture, cross compression, other, or none. This additional information will provide CPUC and CARB better understanding of blowdown activities and the degree to which emissions associated with blowdowns are being mitigated. CPUC and CARB may consider including these additional columns in other blowdown tabs for other appendices. CPUC and CARB would also like to understand whether gas companies are reporting all emissions reductions associated with blowdowns, or if these reductions are not reported when emissions associated with blowdowns are 0. For the reporting of identified MSA leaks, we are proposing to add an additional column to Appendix 6. In this new column, gas companies will record the leak discovery method of the identified MSA leak, either survey or O&M, when identified MSA leaks are reported. This addition is consistent with the Appendix 4 template. In previous versions of the reporting template, the tab name Wellhead Leaks and Emissions in Appendix 7 has not matched the corresponding row name of Storage Leaks and Emissions in Appendix 8, the summary appendix. So we are proposing to revise the tab name in Appendix 7 to be consistent with the row name in Appendix 8. Similarly, this table in this slide shows the prior names and proposed names for each of the rows in Appendix 8. The second row in the table on the left side, labeled as compressor emissions in Appendix 8, should be revised to compressor vented emissions. The next row, labeled as compressor leaks, was combined with component leaks in the 2020 template and is part of compressor and component fugitive leaks. In the fifth row, in the table on the left side, labeled as component emissions, should be revised to component vented emissions. There are a number of columns in Appendix 7 underground storage compressor vented emissions worksheet. However, several columns are unnecessary, and gas companies have not provided reporting data in these columns in the past. Therefore, we propose removing these columns. Next, the reporting template for Appendix 8, the summary appendix, that was issued on June 6th, 2022, included the names component emissions and component leaks. These should be updated to component vented emissions and component fugitive leaks. This change was proposed at last year's winter workshop, but unfortunately did not make it into the June 6th version of the reporting template. The prior version of Appendix 8 included two headers regarding the adjusted 2015 baseline emissions. We propose to revise the header for the second column to clarify that adjusted 2015 baseline emissions approved on October 26, 2022 should be entered in this column. Only PG&E and SoCalGas will have entries in this column. We also propose adding a new column where gas companies can enter newly proposed adjusted 2015 baseline emissions. CPUC will provide a presentation during this workshop on the adjusted 2015 baseline emissions approved on October 26, 2022 for PG&E and SoCalGas. We propose to add notes in red font in Appendix 9 that link each emission factor to the corresponding tab in Appendix 7 where the emission factor is used. This slide shows the emission factor rows in Appendix 9 without the notes. This slide shows the emission factor rows in Appendix 9 with the proposed notes in red font. The next 7 slides are related to proposed changes to the supplemental questionnaire. We have noted that the level of detail provided in response to question 1 of the supplemental questionnaire varies by gas company. In order to facilitate a more complete response by all gas companies, we propose revising question 1 to include a number of subparts asking for specific details. This slide shows question 1 from the most recent reporting template. We propose the following revised version of question 1. Please provide the following for the period from January 1st, 2022 to December 31st, 2022. A. Describe any current projects or studies related to SB 1371. B. Describe the activity changes between the previous year's reporting and the current year's reporting that affected the change in the total emissions. For example, changes in maintenance activity may have changed blowdown emissions from previous years and resulted in changes in total emissions. C. Describe advances in abatement efforts similar to the executive summary in the best practices reporting. D. Describe improvements in reporting that are not discernible by reviewing the reported data. For example, report the installation of a new data management or leak tracking system. E. For smaller utilities, confirm if there were no leaks in distribution mains and services pipelines. And F. Identify any additional tables from the reporting to be included in the joint report. Staff will place these tables in an appendix. Staff noted that the response to questions 2 through 6 of the supplemental questionnaire were generally C appendices. This is a reasonable response since the information is found in the appendices and does not need to be described. Because no supplemental information is needed beyond what is provided in the appendices, and supplemental information is generally not provided in the responses to questions 2 through 6, we propose deleting questions 2 through 6 from the supplemental questionnaire. We will review questions 2 through 6 individually on this slide and in the next 4 slides. Question 2 asks for leak information, which is found in Appendix 1 for a transmission pipeline and Appendix 4 for distribution pipelines. Question 3 asks for the same information as question 2. Both are pipeline leak data. Question 4 asks for the same information as question 2. Both are pipeline leak data. Question 5 asks for system-wide gas leak and emissions rate data, which can be calculated from the data in Appendix 8, the summary appendix. Question 6 asks for the total emissions, which can be calculated from the data in Appendix 8, the summary appendix. Finally, as a reminder, here is the timeline showing the important dates for the 2023 natural gas leak abatement reporting. On March 31st, CPUC will send the revised reporting template. On June 15th, the emission reports from the gas companies are due to CPUC. In July, CPUC and CARB will send a list of follow-up questions and comments to the gas companies. On November 15th, CPUC will send the draft joint report to gas companies for their review. By December 31st, CPUC will release the final joint report. While all of the key dates are prescribed in statute or in CPUC decisions, except for the July date, staff are interested in hearing whether the gas companies have any suggestions to improve other aspects of the reporting process. This concludes my presentation, and I can address comments and questions at this time. Maybe Gary can help me out if there are questions.
I'm not seeing any yet. I'll give it a couple seconds.
Hey, Gary, I have my hand up. This is Stefan from PG&E.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Steve.
Hello, Stefan.
Hey, so I noticed within the supplemental questionnaire 1A, you mentioned describing current projects or studies related to SB 1371.
Yes.
Yep. So we do a project evaluation submission that we do for the CPUC. Can we use that as a response to this question?
What was that again? What was that again?
Yeah, so it's a project evaluation dashboard where we list several projects related to several of the best practices and provide status updates there. Can we use that as a response to this question?
Yes, that sounds good. The previous submittal by PG&E was excellent, so that's pretty much why we wrote item A. If you have more projects to list, that's fine too.
Got it. Okay. And then for Appendix 1, I noticed you wanted to add some additional columns there.
Appendix 1. Yes, the blowdowns.
Yeah, so we do have other methods for emission reduction strategy used. Well, first off, gas capture. What do you mean by that?
That would probably be the collection at the point of the release.
So would that be, I guess, pulling the gas and injecting it into a tank?
That sounds correct to me.
And then cross compression would be different, such that we pull the gas but inject it to an adjacent pipeline?
Yes, that's my understanding.
So I don't think we separate the two. We'll need to revisit the data. We do have other methods to consider, like drafting, project bubbling, and such. And we also have instances where we do multiple strategies. How would you like us to capture that here?
If you could send me that in an email, we can update the call out box for that one.
Got it. Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
Yeah, this is just a comment, Stephen. We really appreciate that if you can provide a useful modification to this proposed changes, send it to us, because you are more familiar with day-to-day of operation, new technology, new approach that we may not be aware of. But if you can do something like that, send it to us. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, we can do that. Do you have, I guess, a copy of the slide deck so we can look at it into detail and we can make some adjustments based off of the recommendations?
Yes, I think it will be publicly posted, but I'm sure we can do that.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we'll be publicly posting this the next day or two.
Got it.
And if it doesn't get posted that soon, we'll also email it to you if there's delays in updating the website.
Stefan, this is Gavin from CARB. I wanted to interject. Andrew had covered this in his talking points, but it's not indicated on the slide. We're also hoping to better understand from the utilities whether the current reporting structure captures the emission reductions associated with blowdowns. As you know, right now, the template is just capturing the annual emissions. And so if for instance, PG&E captured all of the emissions associated with the blowdown, We're uncertain whether that's being reported in the template currently. And so we want to understand whether that's the case for the various utilities. And if it's not being captured, we may want to consider potentially adding, maybe, I don't know if we can modify this sheet or add a new sheet to capture that.
Yeah, for sure. We do track abatement as part of our reporting, and we put that within our narrative in terms of how much emissions we've saved. I know it's very difficult with kind of the emissions reporting year over year just because the activities change year over year. So for the time being, we're just dropping it into the narrative. What we can do, and just thinking out loud, we could probably add an abatement column for those that are where we did apply a methane abatement strategy. Now we can put that within Appendix 1. But yeah, we'll review it. I'll revisit with our SME, see how we want to structure this, and we'll provide some suggestions.
Thank you.
Okay, I see a raised hand from Greg.
Yeah, thank you. Will baseline adjustments be considered or implemented for other utilities besides PG&E and SoCal? Thanks.
For the baseline, yes. Please fill out the third column in Appendix 8. Let me see if I can scroll to it. So you wouldn't have anything to enter in the second column, but you would for the third. And I believe there's a procedure for that, and we can send you more information. Fred, I think Fred's talking about that today.
No, I wasn't planning to say anything specifically. We can certainly share our preferred procedure for proposing baseline changes. We can talk to you about that anytime, Greg.
So I've had communications with Ed in the past. How would we go about doing that, Fred?
So Gary is our equivalent of Ed these days. Gary's basically our manager of the program now in SPD. Definitely can initiate a conversation with Gary.
All right, thank you.
So far, I mean, I'm sure you're aware what we generally do. Oh yeah, so the presentation, Gary's going to be speaking about the just summarizing the adjustments to baseline that we decided on last year. We pretty much think that that's necessary when a utility has established a better way of quantifying emissions with their current activity, and if that method is at odds with the way the baseline was originally estimated, then we want to see if there's a way of equating, if there's an alternative way, or if there's some way of applying the current methodology backwards in time to see what it would have yielded in 2015. We're very concerned about trying to make the comparison on an apples to apples basis. It's generally been how we have done the baseline adjustments so far. Other things have been things like where utility has noted, hey, we reported the wrong thing in 2015. We found that we didn't have that many devices, for example. Anyway, I'll let Gary talk to in his presentation, and we can cover that some more later.
All right. Is that are there any other questions for Andrew? I don't think I see any more hands raised. So thank you very much for your presentation, Andrew.
Thank you.
Let's see. So I understand that, at least looking at our agenda, we're starting to eat into lunchtime. I do have a very brief presentation that I think I can complete, as Fred mentioned, on the baseline adjustments before lunch, just so that we can keep everything sort of in the correct expected order. All right. All right. So I'm just going to be giving a very brief summary of the baseline adjustments that occurred this past year. As Fred had mentioned, there's been a significant update to the estimation methods that were used, particularly by PG&E and SoCalGas. They had initially been based on population-based methodologies, which created an issue for them because under their requirement to show reductions in natural gas emissions, these population-based methodologies made it very difficult for them to capture any results of work that they were doing on their system. So in June 2022, the CPUC and CARB approved new leaker-based estimation methods for PG&E and SoCalGas in many of the categories. This covered the 2020 and 2021 data. Of course, as Fred mentioned, this created a concern because then it meant that we had the new data that we were getting from these utilities was leaker-based, while they were being compared against baselines that were determined using population-based methodologies, which created a sort of apples to oranges comparison. So working with these two utilities, in October 2022, CARB and CPUC approved several adjustments to the original baseline values using these more recent leaker-based estimation methods. While these baseline values are still being labeled as 2015, in many situations, the data that was available, there wasn't the sufficient data available from 2015 to use these methods. So many of these baseline values were actually based on data from later years, 2017, 2018, etc., which represents a good improvement in the accuracy of the data. Here's just a very brief summary. I'm not going to go into every single appendix change. If you do want to see more details, we do have the approval letters that were sent by CPUC and CARB to the utilities available on the website. At least I know that they've been appended to the annual joint report. So those are great resources if you're looking to dive into each of the individual appendix changes. But as you can see, in some situations there weren't too many changes, but in other situations there were pretty significant changes, such as Appendix 5, a very big decrease, as well as in Appendix 6. Likewise with SoCalGas, we saw similar results. In some cases there were large changes, and in other cases there wasn't the largest. Either way, this represented a very good advancement in the program, as we now had baseline adjustments, baselines that were based more on empirical data and more comparable to the emissions factors that the utilities have developed in the past couple of years. And then just a quick final total summary of what the adjusted baselines were in 1,000 standard cubic feet on the left, and what the original baselines were. As you can see, these were pretty significant changes. Some of that was driven by different methodologies, and some of that also, as I mentioned before, was driven by the fact that in many cases, years were not accounted for because they occurred a little later. So the utilities were essentially forgoing reductions that they had performed in the baselines. I kept it short just because this information is pretty easily available. It's pretty well summarized in the approval letters from CPUC and CARB. Any questions?
Gary, yeah. I just noted, I think you just made an error in your final slide there. I think when you picked up you picked up the SoCalGas baseline from a report that I believe included the Aliso Canyon emission, which we included in one instance, I think, or some instances of our earlier reports, but we all had agreed that that was kind of like a one-time extraordinary situation that shouldn't be reflected in the baseline of things that we expect can be, remediated during time. I think everybody will back me up on that point. So your original SoCalGas baseline is, I think, just under 3 million MSCF.
Yeah.
And I think pretty much the audience understands that.
Okay, thank you for that correction, Fred. Any other quick questions? Let's see if I can get the
I'll take my hand down. Oh, it's good. Okay.
All right. I'm not seeing, sorry about that. I'm not seeing any raised hands. So at this point in the agenda, we have lunch scheduled. Let me pull up that agenda slide. Not sure if this is showing or not.
Yeah, I see your agenda.
All right, excellent. All right, so I think we're mostly caught up. We lost a couple minutes on lunch, but I made it pretty lengthy so that everyone would have time. Please feel free to log on, log off. I'm going to be stopping the recording now, and we will. All right, welcome back from lunch, everybody. We're at 1 o'clock, which we're scheduled to start a new section of the workshop, broader R&D updates and compliance plan efforts. I guess before we begin, since we were gone for a little while, I do want to do just a quick roll call to make sure that everyone's here, at least from Sempra, who's participating on these.
Yep, we're ready, Gary.
All right, excellent. Then without further ado, I'll turn it over to Ed and Sempra for these next two presentations.
Thank you, Gary. Let me see if I can get it working here. All right, can everybody see that? Y'all hear me okay?
Yeah, great, Ed. See it, fine.
Great. Okay, thanks. Once again, Ed Newton, Gas Engineering Programs Manager for SoCalGas, and I'll be sharing with you on this presentation the update of our implementation of the aerial methane mapping program, which is it's really a plume modeling imaging technology, which is LiDAR based, and the image of the methane plume is overlaid on live imagery that's taken at the time of detection. So we'll go over the implementation results from the SoCalGas activities in 2022, as well as a R&D demonstration project that we did for San Diego Gas and Electric. We'll go over the how we quantify the emissions from the technology and how we're proposing to integrate that into our emissions reporting in the appendices. And then we'll talk about some of the co-benefits that we are seeing in regard to post-meter emissions and abatement on that side, as well as the safety benefits that are being realized both on the pipeline safety side and the post-meter emissions abatement side. So here's a comparison of the activities between 2021 and 2022 for aerial methane mapping. In 2021, we began the implementation of the program, and in that year we covered about 18% of our system. And you can see the results are very similar to the results in 2022. where we covered 73% of our system. In 2022, we detected 4,581 methane plumes. And 21% of those plumes after investigation were determined to be from system leaks. 25% were determined to be leaks post-meter on the customer facility side. 22% were related to incomplete combustion of in-use equipment. That was then corrected through our customer service field organization working with our customers. Some of the emissions are normal emissions for the type of equipment that customers are operating, big, large industrial, commercial customers. And then some of the methane sources are related to other sources of methane besides natural gas, such as biogenic or petrogenic sources. And then because of the nature of methane emissions and the fact that they're often transient in terms of the sources or intermittent, sometimes when we go out to investigate, we don't find an emission source. For San Diego Gas and Electric, when we did the demonstration project in their system territory, we covered 38 square miles of the service territory and covered about 6% of the San Diego system. Again, we found a significant percentage of post-meter emissions from customer leaks and incomplete combustion, as well as about 8% from system leaks. Proportionally, if you normalize that between the two utilities, it's very comparable in terms of the ratio of system leaks to customer leaks. And when you look at it over the total number of customer meters that were covered, we covered over 39,000 customer meters for San Diego. And so roughly, going back to SoCal Gas, about half of the plumes are associated with post-meter emissions. And we're seeing, a significant safety benefit on that side. You will notice that the percentage of system leaks increased. The number of other methane sources decreased, as well as the no emission detected. This is partly because we improved the process throughout the year. In 2022, we shifted to the next generation sensor package that's offered by Bridger Photonics. And so it has greater detection capabilities and better precision. And we also updated our process. So we refined the association of the plumes to our system. So we were not investigating, plumes that were not associated in the vicinity of our system or in our customers' facilities. And are continuing to fine tune the implementation practices and processes to reduce the impact and eliminate some of the false positives. In regard to the system leaks, in 2022, we detected 1,099 system leaks, and you can see here the breakdown between the safety grading criteria for distribution leaks. Now, just as a reminder, the safety criteria is not directly related to flow rate, but we can see from a safety perspective that 33% of the leaks that are detected by the AMM technology are classified as hazardous. And it's about double the rate that we see on leak survey, just because there is an indirect or not a direct relationship of flow rate to the safety criteria, but there is a relationship there. So we scanned 78,000, a little over 78,000 miles of our 100,000 miles in our system. And we are focusing the implementation of the technology in the areas of our system where we have the most leaks, which is our vintage portion of our system. But because it is so intermixed with our state-of-the-art infrastructure, right, we also pick up a lot of the state-of-the-art infrastructure, which is on the multi-year survey cycles. Because of the understanding that we have through our decision tree process and the work that we've done to quantify emissions on our distribution system, we're able to leverage that data and knowledge and understand better the relationship of the plumes that are being detected by aerial methane mapping. And we see here again the order of magnitude bins that I showed in the earlier slide from Appendix 4. And then the orange bars is an estimate of the number of leaks that are detected by the AMM technology. Now you'll notice that it's not 100% in the above 10 category. The probability of detection stated by the manufacturer is about 90% probability at around 10 cubic feet an hour with their new system. We have done a number of controlled releases to help understand the probability of detection better, and we're currently going through the data analytics to make sure that that number is accurate for the distribution use case. And so we will be coming out with some information related to that, but we're not quite done with that analysis yet. But a couple things, also that affect the ability of the AMM technology to detect the leak is whether or not the leak is actually there. All right, there's a lot of activity on the system throughout the year, and the temporal alignment as to when the AMM technology is flown in relation to whether or not the leak is on the system or whether or not that leak has already been repaired is an aspect of whether or not we're able to detect it. Now, of course, all of the hazardous leaks on the system, by definition, and because of how we manage those leaks, are new leaks to the operations. All of our hazardous leaks are repaired when we find those leaks and they're discovered. They're continuously worked until those leaks are repaired. And so we don't detect a lot of any of the existing hazardous leaks because they're already repaired. If we're detecting it, it's not known about yet by operations, and so it's a new leak and it's repaired immediately. And so about 10% of the leaks, well, the AMM technology finds in terms of total number of system leaks about 10% of the leaks, but that represents 40% of the system emissions. And of course, these are, again, order of magnitude bins. And so, the emissions in this category is 10 times the emissions back in this category. And you can see the relative number of leaks detected by the technology. So in terms of how do we quantify the emissions, again, we went out and we measured the leaks that were detected by the AMM technology on a random sampling basis. We measured the flow rate from 51 below ground leaks using the surface expression method, specifically for buried leaks that would be reported in Appendix 4. About 40% of the below ground leaks detected by AMM, we found were greater than or equal to 10 cubic feet an hour. And that gave us a mean leak rate after correcting for natural gas, from methane to natural gas, of about 27 cubic feet per hour. And this equates to almost 200,000 MCF potential abatement for the AMM technology, specifically for distribution leaks. Now you'll note, based on the distribution, we're also detecting above ground leaks and some above ground hazardous leaks, and so that mitigation would be reported under Appendix 6. There's a lot of potential benefit by combining the AMM and the DT data that we discussed for the decision tree technology. And because anytime we go out and investigate a leak on our system and grade that leak, we're capturing the DT data. So for every AM leak that's detected on our system, we get the decision tree concentration data, and that allows us to categorize that as either a less than 10 or greater than 10 leak. Now, by adding in the AMM data, both the probability of detection, right, just the yes, no variable as to whether or not that leak was detected, that tells us something about how big the leak is. And Bridger provides a flow rate estimate based on their algorithms for estimating flux rate from the plume and the wind data that they have. We can then combine that data to help us reduce that false positive rate that we have with the DT error table. And you can see these curves. Again, this is an example of what is possible. These aren't the final curves yet. This is still under development. But conceptually, right, if we have a DT positive leak from our surface expression or from our methane concentration measurement at the time of detection, plus Bridger provides us a flow rate estimate that is, let's say, for example, 300 cubic feet or higher. You can look on this curve, and this is the probability that the leak size is greater than 10. So those two combined would give us over a 90% confidence that that leak was over 10. And so this, when you get up here, your, 500 cubic foot an hour flow rate estimation by Bridger, would be nearly 100% confidence that it was indeed over 10. Now the correlation, that might be a little confusing because the estimate from the AMM technology isn't perfect. It's biased, and based on our regression analysis of their estimate to the actual flow rate in our control release studies, there's a significant bias to overestimate. We're working on correcting that through the control release study work that we're doing, and we'll come out with a better number in the near future. But you can see that we can leverage that in order to prioritize the right leaks on the system. Consequently, if it's a DT negative leak that comes back and it happens to have a very high flow rate estimate from the AM technology, again, we can leverage that, right? If we had an 800 cubic foot an hour estimate from AMM and it's a DT negative, then, maybe that's a false negative and it's actually a large leak. And so in that way, we can leverage the AMM data and integrate it in with our DT process. So the method that we propose to accounting for the emissions abatement, particularly in the area that's not surveyed in a given year on our system, it's kind of akin to PG&E's super emitter program. We're very effectively chopping off that fat tail curve, right, on the emissions and finding and mitigating the large leaks on our system faster than we would have detected it otherwise through survey. So, the first thing to note is that for leaks that are detected in the survey area or from O&M, there's really no change in how the emissions are factored in or calculated, right? They're recorded as a leak. We assign the emission factor based on the DT result, and they're handled like all the other leaks. But in the unknown leaks category, where we have an estimate of the average emissions from the system, we can calculate the emissions that were mitigated specifically for the leaks that were detected in the unsurveyed portion, and we know that number because we know that relationship, and we can calculate the amount of emissions that are abated within the unsurveyed portion that we fly the AMM system over. And you see the equations here. I won't go over those in detail. If you have any questions on that, we can answer those. So we calculate an unknown leak emission factor, which is specifically, for that period of time or that annual report. And then we adjust the quantity of unknown leaks that are associated with that emission factor, which we will know based on, where the leaks were detected and that it was detected by AMM. And then we determine we calculate the unknown leak emissions using the adjusted unknown leak quantity and the unknown leak emission factor. By doing that, sorry, give me just a minute here. For 2022, for example, we detected 127 leaks, and accounting for the reduction that would have occurred, the fact that we found the leak prior to when it would be detected through leak survey, on average, we found that we're detecting the leaks about 2.5 years faster than they would have been on the next survey. It's actually 2.7 years. And so that resulted in a 84,000 MCF emission abatement or mitigation. And for 2022, it's a 49% reduction in emissions from unknown leaks, which is a reduction of about 21,862 MCF, specifically that would be reported in the 2022 annual report. And that's just, for example, again, we're still going through our 2022 report numbers, and so these are just rough estimates of what we think it'll be once we get the final numbers. So a couple of the co-benefits of the AMM program. We have significant pipeline safety benefits that we're seeing, and this is regardless of the emission source. If a leak is migrating into a structure, whether it's a leak from our system or a leak from the customer's own system, and you're getting leak migration, into the structure and getting elevated methane concentrations in the structure, right? That results in, us helping our customers, detect that condition. And last year we identified 22 events where AMM identified a plume that resulted in customer evacuations. We're also seeing that the AMM program complements our advanced meter consumption data analytics. And because of the data that we're getting from the AMM program, we're able to refine the algorithms that we use to detect leaks through the consumption data analytics from our advanced meter, and lower the thresholds that we're using for what triggers detection of a leak on the customer system. And of course, temporally, that's faster than we would find it through AMM, because it's on the analytics, on the consumption analytics side, they're getting data hourly and daily and running through those algorithms. And then of course our registration check program, when we are working on the MSA and we're making sure that there's, the system is locking up downstream of the customer meter, make sure there aren't any leaks. So this is kind of a backstop and complements those programs for keeping customers safe. And then the emission rates, of course, can be estimated by using the combination of the AMM quantification data and our advanced meter analytics to verify the customer or the flow rate and the emissions that are mitigated for post meter leaks on the customer program. And we're currently developing the analytics for estimating those emissions abatement. On the incomplete combustion side, the emission rate can be estimated by using the proportional analysis relative to customer leaks, as well as our system leaks. And so we're also evaluating or developing those analytical methods and estimations. And then, of course, as a result of working with the customers and following up on those issues, that can result in a improved efficiency of end-use equipment as the incomplete combustion issues are resolved and the equipment is tuned or adjusted or fixed. That can also result in a reduction in combustion emissions, which are associated with the exhaust on the equipment. So adding post-meter emission mitigation helps us meet the cost effectiveness of objective. We estimate currently that about 300,000 MCF emissions mitigation potential are associated with AMM detected customer leaks and emissions. And of course, when we add that into our cost effectiveness calculations for the program, that gets us down below the cost effectiveness threshold for the abatement programs. And then, of course, we've got the incremental safety benefit, which also has a cost associated with it from pipeline safety and customer safety perspectives. Are there any questions?
See a
See
couple.
Wynn's raised. Wynn's
Yeah, I
got
see
his
a
hand
couple
up.
hands raised. I think I saw Renee raised her
Renee?
hand first.
Fred,
Hi, Ed.
if
Yeah,
you
it's
would like
Renee.
to
Can you hear
start
me?
first, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Renee. I think.
Hi. Okay, yeah, it's me. I had a question about the 22 customers that were, well, I had a couple of questions that were evacuated. Were those particular, did you look at the types of customers that were evacuated? Like, were they commercial food prep, or were they industrial or residential? And
I don't-
also, in what service areas of your service territory, in what areas of your service territory were they located?
I don't have the details around that, Renee, but we could certainly get that, you know, whether or not it was residential, commercial, industrial type
I
customer.
just thought if you had more information about the types of customers, I mean, it may be completely random, but there may be some areas of higher risk customers that you know, you could keep monitoring for this type of emission if like 2 or 3 of those were the same type of commercial customer, for example.
Yeah, that's a good point. This is an area that we're currently working in, trying to get the data and define the metrics. So that's a really good suggestion.
Thank you.
Wynn, I think you had a question?
Yeah, the AMM, aerial methane mapping, you can mount the equipment on a helicopter, or you using drone, correct?
We're using helicopters in this case.
Yeah, helicopter, okay. So if you use helicopter in this case, so first, I'm focusing on DMNS right now. First, you conducted a survey on the ground. You know the kind of leaks you discover in certain area. And then now you go ahead using helicopter, try to verify and compare whether your technology AMM will be able to pick up those leaks. Am I right in this case, or I'm missing your description about your project here?
Yeah, you might. So the aerial methane mapping is conducted independently of the survey activities.
Okay.
All right. Survey activities are scheduled, you know, throughout the year based on the operational schedule. And I don't know if you remember from some of my previous presentations where I showed, you know, how we do survey is based on, you know, the segment level detail about our pipelines, whether or not it's vintage or, modern pipelines, whether it's on an annual year survey or a 5-year survey. And that's all very much intermixed across the system, right? We're covering about 12 square miles a day when we're flying AMM. So we cover, a huge swath of the system territory. And as a result, it's a mix of everything, right? You've got areas that were surveyed already that year. You've got areas that haven't been surveyed that year. You've got areas that won't be surveyed, because they're on a 5-year survey schedule. And so it's really a random type selection of across the overall system territory. And so because of that, you've kind of got this system where, the leaks on the system generate randomly, kind of at a linear rate. So leaks are constantly starting on the system as new leaks. And you've got also the activity of your survey and your, that's when they're detected. And then you also have the repair schedule. And so the leaks are repaired at different times. And so because of that, we're developing some models to help model that temporally so that we understand, what the opportunity for detection is from the program and the benefits that it provides.
Okay, so let's say you have a certain area that you want to survey using this technology. Again, I'm focusing on DMNS right now.
Mm-hmm.
First, how big of a leak before your equipment can pick up? Okay, that's first. And then second, the objective here, if I'm not mistaken, is that you try to detect high leak so that you can repair it as soon as possible. So because you are not on the ground surveying this territory, you're above ground. How difficult it is after you detect to pinpoint where is exactly the leak itself. You still have to send boot on the ground, trying to find out, correlate what your AMM detected with the source of the leak itself. Correct?
That's correct. It's just like when you're doing, ground-based methane mapping, right? And driving a vehicle around
Right.
detecting plumes, right? You still have to investigate those to figure out what it was. Right? It's the same type of activity.
Okay. Let me stop you right there, Ed. If so, as if you adding another layer of survey without really saving the cost itself, because you still have to send somebody on the ground to investigate. So I'm missing the point. What is the advantage of doing AMM for DMNS?
Well, there's a couple things that we realized when, right, this program started out as an emission abatement program, right? And it is doing that, right? It was really kind of a corollary to the program that PG&E started for their super emitters, and looking at and doing a high level survey, looking for big leaks in the unsurveyed portion of their service territory, right? When we started this, that was our initial intent. But then we realized after running the program that we actually got better cost effectiveness by focusing actually in the area that was providing the most leaks on our system, which is our vintage system, which is being surveyed annually. Now it is incremental, right, to that annual survey, but what we're seeing is it's providing significant benefit, not only in the emissions abatement, but also from a safety perspective, because we're detecting 25% of our hazardous leaks before they would have otherwise been detected. And in addition to that, compared to ground-based mobile, over 50%, actually 2/3 of the leaks that we detect are post-meter on our customer system. And so we're abating emissions that would not have otherwise been detected if we had used a different strategy. And while that's not in the inventory, it's still abating methane emissions out of the environment.
Yeah, I agree with you. And any sources of emissions, whether pre-meter or post-meter, that you can detect and fix them as soon as possible, that's the benefit to the environment. But
Yeah.
however, for this program, we focus on the pre-meter. I will leave CPUC how to address that one, because in the rulemaking, we focus on the pre-meter. So I still kind of having hard time believing that your technology, flying helicopter way up there, can pick up the kind of leaks from DMNS. And I don't know how sensitive is your equipment to be able to detect that one.
Well,
If you're talking about 29 standard cubic feet per hour, whether that can be picked up by your technology.
Here's the data. When we detected last year 1,099 system leaks, and the majority of those were not leaks that were known about, right? These are new leaks on the system. So, and in regard to the detection sensitivity, this is the graph that shows the detection sensitivity, right? The probability of detection is lower for the 0.1 to 1 category, right? We're only detecting a small portion of the overall inventory of leaks. And this is number of leaks on the system. For the 1 to 10 category, we're detecting a larger percentage, but we don't detect all of them because of the probability of detection. You get up to the 10 to 100, we're almost detecting all of them. Part of the reasons why we don't detect these is because it's already repaired, right? This is total number of leaks that occurred in 2022 compared to what we actually detected by AMM. So you can see right here the benefit. And in addition to that, of course, the safety benefit of finding all these incremental code ones that would not have been found until sometime later. And then that's a safety, pipeline safety co-benefit in addition to the emissions abatement. Fred?
Yeah, thanks, Ed. I wanted to emphasize that, as you've done now, that this is pretty similar to the philosophy of the PG&E super emitter survey, which is a incremental additional survey that happens outside the normal regulatory, leak survey process. And that's how you started out with it, as you said. And so I think it's kind of like the super emitter program. You're not driving around slowly to pick up every tiny leak. The benefit of this is you're able to quickly find the big leaks, and that's what the super emitter program is doing too. They're driving down the street at a pretty good clip. They're not trying to stop and find, every last small leak, but it's just a strategy for screening out those that are the most concern. So my own question was, since you have you do a position overlay, you're kind of marrying up the detection of your plumes with the geography of the countryside. Have you looked at using anything like the Cal EnviroScreen mapping for disadvantaged communities and seeing if there's some maybe incremental advantage for, that you're finding leaks in disadvantaged communities, and therefore there's kind of an added social benefit to improving the conditions of those communities by finding leaks, primarily, I would guess, on the customer side or the post meter side. I'll stop there. What have you gone in that direction at all?
We are actually doing a study separately from the AMM program on the disadvantaged communities and the emissions that occur within those communities from our system and from the customer's facilities. And then we can correlate that to the areas that we're flying AMM. And certainly, we think that the safety benefits specifically for the customer post-meter emissions are significant. And it will probably make sense once we get all the numbers together and show the emission abatement estimates in addition to the safety benefits, that it will prove to be cost effective to do this system wide on an annual basis.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, thanks. I'll stop there and let other people go.
Any other questions?
Okay, I'll go again. So what we'd really like to see would be not only this presentation, which is kind of your status update, but like a complete report.
Yeah.
And do you have kind of an estimated timeline that you think you can prepare that?
We are working on that. I might defer to Crystal and her team because her team's involved as well. I don't want to speak out of turn.
Okay.
But from the analytics perspective, for the data, we are working with the vendor in terms of the plume modeling and their algorithms related to the controlled releases and those studies that we did in conjunction with them for estimating or for updating their metrics specifically for the distribution use case, because it is much more complicated than the upstream and midstream use cases, where you don't have the complexity of the congestion of the population environment mixed in with all of the other methane sources in the environment. And so we're hoping that within the next couple months that work will be wrapped up. And then we'll have to put that report together with the implementation team's report. And it should line up, fairly well with the 2022 data analysis. As we get that wrapped up, then we'll be able to apply the numbers to the 2022 annual report numbers and get, real estimates for 2022 to include in the report.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Fred, this is Crystal. I had one question. How quickly I know you're needing some information from us, and the complete report that I think Ed brings up is not necessarily something that can be done in the next couple of weeks. We need a little bit of time for that, but maybe you could give us an idea of what information you might need quickly, and we can do maybe some phased approach.
Great. Yeah, maybe we should probably meet offline.
Okay.
We can set up another one with yourself and Ed and whoever we need to have included. We might bring in some energy division folks and focus on this topic.
Okay, sounds good. I'll check in with you later.
Very good. Any other questions? All right. Thank you all very much.
Thanks, Ed.
All right, I think we have now one more presentation from Sempra on the R&D project update by Eric.
Thank you, Gary. Yes, I'll have my colleague Josh again help pilot the slides for me while I go through them. And this is going to be a presentation that's intended to provide a brief overview of some of the research efforts we're currently undergoing at SoCalGas and SDG&E. So we can go ahead and go to the next slide. So this presentation is organized by best practice category, starting with BP16 and ending with BP23. Note that this presentation will highlight a select few projects. It is not meant to be an exhaustive list of all the research that's currently being performed. Next slide, please. So for BP16, special leak surveys, I'd like to highlight two projects. The first is a project that's focused on improving the operational efficiency and reducing emissions associated with bridge and span survey, while also reducing the need for repeat visits for customer sites involving can't get ins by utilizing unmanned aerial vehicles equipped with high quality cameras and methane detectors. We had success with an initial pilot study we did in 2022, and we want to continue refining this and testing this process in 2023. The other BP16 project I'd like to highlight is the development of image recognition algorithms using artificial intelligence to inventory components and identify abnormalities associated with our customer meter set assemblies. In 2022, my team collected over 8,200 images from customer meter sets in the field, and we used that to train AI models to identify 20 distinct MSA components. And our goal in 2023 is to continue that work by training the models to detect abnormal conditions on the meters, such as corrosion or vegetation encroachment. Next slide, please. For BP17, enhanced methane detection, we have a project focused on evaluating and developing the use of alternative higher sensitivity walking survey instrumentation to enhance the current leak survey process. We performed an initial laboratory and simulated field study for 4 different devices in 2022, and we're planning a controlled field study in 2023. This is to kind of help enhance that survey process to hopefully assist with detection of some of those emissions, smaller emitters I mentioned in the Appendix 6 presentation earlier. Now we're also planning a pilot study in 2023 to evaluate the concept of installing methane detection equipment in our fleet vehicles to passively detect methane emissions as part of their normal everyday operations. And we would do this by utilizing the power of data analytics and these methane readings to identify any potential leak sources. So this would be vehicles that are not driving for methane detection as their main purpose, but rather collecting the data passively. Next slide, please. Other projects under BP17 include a pilot study in 2023 for satellite-based methane detection technologies, which have a much higher minimum detection threshold limit, but can scan the system at a higher frequency. And then finally, the last project I'll highlight under this best practice is the application of aerial methane mapping technology to compressor station applications and distribution high pressure pipeline survey. And we performed a few pilot flights over some stations in 2022, and we're currently reviewing those results. And we have a pilot plan for the high pressure distribution in 2023. Next slide, please. For BP18 stationary methane detectors, we have a pilot study planned for the installation of methane detectors at points of entry for meter rooms and crawl spaces to improve safety while reducing emissions in these high consequence locations. This study is actually based on the success of a similar program at a fellow utility on the East Coast. We completed project planning and equipment acquisition in 2022, and pilot installation and monitoring are planned for 2023 through 2024. The second project I'll talk about is our quantification of emissions from vented equipment. I touched on this a little bit in the Appendix 2 presentation. This project's focused on assembling that device for the real-time quantification of emissions from these actuators at these transmission M&R stations so that we can, it can assist us in the development of company-specific emission factors for these devices and for the stations overall. Next slide, please. For BP20A, quantification, we have a variety of projects focused on the development of company-specific emission factors, of which we covered in these presentations earlier in this workshop. The purpose of these projects is to develop these emission factors to replace population and facility-based factors, which allows for the realization of emission reductions associated with system changes and process improvements that have been implemented. This includes our ongoing transmission M&R station project for Appendix 2, distribution maintenance service pipelines project for Appendix 4, customer meter set project for Appendix 6, and a future planned transmission pipelines project for Appendix 1, as that will be one of the only outlying facility-based factors left. Next slide, please. For BP20B, Ed touched a little bit on this on his last presentation. We are performing an environmental justice analysis to determine if there are any correlations between different demographic parameters such as residential location, income, ethnic population, etc., and leak parameters such as leak quantity, emission rate, leak duration, and of course, leveraging data from AMM, we can also tie in the customer emissions into this analysis. And we collected and aggregated some system leak and demographic data in 2022, and we plan to complete the statistical analysis in 2023. For BP22, pipe fitting specifications and tolerances, we have a project studying the performance of various pipe thread sealants in storage applications, which have components that can operate at pressures as high as 3,700 PSI. Project planning, sealant selection, component acquisition, these were all completed in 2022, with laboratory testing planned for 2023 through 2024. And the second project I'll highlight is our support of the ongoing NiSearch project related to reducing methane emissions at threaded connections. Phases 1 through 3 of this project, which are now complete, focused on studying the effect of thread quality on leak development. And in 2023, phase 4 of the project will study the effects of sealant application technique, applied torque, overall workmanship. This is kind of critical to helping to reduce those emissions associated with that Appendix 6 customer meter thread connections. Next slide, please. For BP23, emissions from operations, maintenance, and other activities, we're finishing up an alternative fuel substitution analysis that's focused on estimating the impact of renewable natural gas and hydrogen blending on methane emissions from the natural gas system. We hope to complete this analysis and the corresponding report in 2023. The last project I'm going to touch on is the evaluation of the effectiveness of a fugitive emissions capture system for compressor rod packing. The engineering hazard analysis was completed in 22, and the pilot study at a SoCal gas compressor station is planned for the next compliance plan period of 2023 to 2024. Next slide. So that was just a brief overview of some of the projects that are going on, and that will conclude this presentation. I'll open up the floor for questions. Renee.
Yeah, hi, Eric. Could you go back to slide 8, please? Yeah, I was interested in what kind of demographic, I couldn't read this fast enough. Are you looking at your entire service territory for these demographic parameters such as location, income, minority populations, or age? I mean, you probably know that already. Are you drilling any deeper in terms of linking those up with like the vintage pipelines that that has been mentioned earlier in the presentations?
Yes, that's
Where you have
exactly
high
what the
leaks.
focus of this project is. Yes, it's linking those two. So, you know, we have the kind of the population demographic database, and we're comparing that by overlaying with our system leak data. So that includes, you know, frequency of leaks, the codes of the leaks, you know, so safety relations, how long those leaks are typically left open before they're repaired, and what the estimated overall emissions are associated with those leaks, and seeing if there are correlations between these different demographic parameters and that system data.
And have you got any have you focused, or is this for your entire service territory?
This is for our whole
Are you
service
focusing on
territory,
specific areas? So it's for the whole territory?
the entire territory.
Yeah, I'd like to know more about that. We can talk perhaps offline. I think that's very interesting. Does it have anything to do with some of the CEC R&D that's going on with pilot projects that SoCal Gas is doing in your
We
service
actually
territory?
started this independently of that. So maybe it's more coincidental that it's just ongoing at the same time.
I see. Okay, thanks.
I see you have your hand raised, Fred.
Yeah, sorry for backtracking a little bit. Can you give me or maybe Ed, what's the basic measurement with the LiDAR devices? What's the parameter that they're measuring before any sorts of conversions are done? Is it concentration of methane or what?
For the aerial methane mapping, Fred?
Yeah, with the LiDAR sensor, yeah.
Yeah, so the measurement, it's a laser-based instrument, so it's in ppm meter in
Okay,
regard to the
so concentration over the meter path that's
over the
being,
flight path, yep, or the path length from the altitude to the ground, or from the aircraft to the ground.
okay. Yeah, it's simple answer. Yeah, I was just looking for that. And then I think you were saying that the company Bridger has done their own quantification algorithms to try to give a sense of the cubic feet of methane in a measurement.
They've done a number of studies that have been published, and we're working on the study for the distribution use case specifically.
All right. Thank you, Ed.
Yep.
Thank you, Eric.
When I see you have your hand raised.
Yeah, Eric, if you go back to BP 16 for your R&D, your one of the objective here using UAV, you would like to know the number of components and the type of the component for CGI cannot get in, kind of MSA, right? So how low you hover in people's house or backyard to get this kind of image? That's first, and then second, how this kind of activity is allowed by the neighborhood, knowing that sometimes this can be rejected because of the privacy reason.
So I'll start by just mentioning that these are two separate projects. They're not unrelated entirely. Some of the images we collected for that image recognition project were actually done at the ground level. So they were ground level based photos, but we use that to train the algorithms. We are testing it against the UAV photos. The intelligent image recognition is not necessarily meant just for UAV based photos. It's meant as an additional tool that can be used in the field, even at the ground level. As for the UAV based information you asked, I will defer to Ed in terms of those flight questions.
Yeah, when we have to manage the regulatory requirements, both from the state and from the cities and municipalities in regard to the legal requirements for flight over customer facilities. And we have a customer notification process. And so everything is done within FAA regulations as well as local, state and federal regulations.
Okay, and BP 17, you mentioned about passive. Can you describe a little bit more fleet-based passive mobile methane detection?
Sure. So this is a little different than the traditional ground-based mobile mapping approach, which has the driver in a vehicle that is dedicated for this purpose, driving a specific route, very similar to traditional walking survey approach, right? They have a route they're going to drive, they're going to cover this area as part of their survey, and that is the intent of that operator. That is their focus. Typically, those devices have, anemometers on them to help with the analytics in terms of the leak indications. The plan here is to kind of strip that back a bit and focus on just having the methane detector with no wind data. It's purely going to be concentration information to limit the amount of equipment and therefore the intrusiveness of putting these devices on fleet vehicles. So our normal fleet vehicles that are used for performing everyday work, driving to customers, driving to sites, would have these installed on them and be taking this information, this methane concentration data passively. That is not the purpose of the vehicles. It's just while we're out there driving and covering all this area, why not collect methane concentration information and see if you can utilize data analytics associated with those methane readings to predict potential leak sources. And so you kind of get this double use out of all of the travel and ground coverage you're doing on a day-to-day basis anyway.
Okay, but you still mounted on a vehicle and you still drive the vehicle, correct?
Correct, but the vehicle is not traversing a specific path trying to cover, a certain pipeline route, right? It's doing whatever the normal route is for the work that they would be doing anyway. It's just while the vehicle is driving it, it is now also collecting methane concentration data.
Okay, yeah, I get confused, I think, by the word passively. I thought, meaning passively, you're not moving the equipment at all. You install it on a tower or something and try to pick
Yeah.
up. Okay.
Yeah, the passive here refers to the operator operating the vehicle.
Okay, thank you. And then with regard to the, I don't know which BP is that, related to injecting renewable natural gas and then also blending hydrogen.
Yeah, that's 23.
Yeah, that one. So you show here you completed in 2021 and 2022. What kind of blending you are testing, Eric? What's percentage of hydrogen?
So this is just a mathematical analysis. So this is we look at a variety of different hydrogen blends, a range of hydrogen blends, and what the theoretical reduction would be. So this is purely modeling based work. That answers your question.
So it's not an empirical test.
This was
Trying to see what's the effect of hydrogen blending into the properties of the material.
Correct. This was a theoretical analysis on what the potential reductions could be associated with these efforts.
Okay. Do you remember what percentage of hydrogen blending you did?
In the modeling, we went as high. We did a whole because you're doing the modeling, you can do it parametrically, right? So we did 0% up to, I believe, 10% is what we did in the modeling.
10%. Okay. And then my last question is related to the fitting. Which BP is that? But before, I think you have to move backward. Yeah, that one. BP 22. From our study and survey of MSA, we discovered that a lot of leaks coming from bushing. Okay? And I mentioned a couple of times already whenever we touch about MSA issue. Any effort trying to see whether the future MSA bypass without bushing at all, or improving on the materials or the frequency of leaks coming from that part of connection will be reduced in the future?
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, Ed. I believe that's something we've already put into practice.
Yeah, we discontinued use of those bushings a while back when that you identified as leaking. And so those are no longer in use, and those components are being changed out as the MSAs are rebuilt. The other thing is that when we did our study that we shared with you, the bushing was not as big of a incidence as it was in your study. We showed, through a larger sample, that it was, I guess, less prevalent across the larger sample than what you detected under your study. So it is being addressed. They're not being used anymore, and they're being mitigated as we find them.
Thank you.
Are there any other hands raised? I don't think so.
Oh, I was just going to comment. I've seen a little bit of literature about hydrogen blending, and I think I recall that other kinds of studies have shown that about 10% hydrogen is probably as much as existing pipelines can take without risking chemical damage or other kinds of difficulties in handling the gas because of the introduction of a different mixture of hydrogen and methane in the gas. And so it's encouraging to hear that even in your mathematical study you seem to have taken that into account.
Yes, yep. Yeah. And then of course, one of the big factors in the emissions that are abated with hydrogen is how that hydrogen is being produced to be mixed into the pipeline. That greatly affects the emissions abatement potential with it. What electricity is being used to
Right, so
assist
you're
the
considering the
process.
source of the hydrogen production as well?
The source of the hydrogen production, the source of the power that is used
Yeah, right, because
to
it's,
produce
yeah,
that
you
hydrogen.
gotta send a lot of electricity through water to zap out the
Yep.
hydrogen, right? Yeah.
Absolutely.
When you have your hand up, I don't know, are you okay?
Yeah, for steel material, I think the term is embrittlement.
Hydrogen
Of,
embrittlement. Yeah, that's right.
yeah. And then for the plastic, as I recall, could potentially increase the number of leaks.
We haven't seen that win. There are studies going on for the interaction and whether or not there's any interaction with vintage materials and with elastomers. But
Okay.
the indications currently are that there aren't any interactions with the plastics specifically.
Is that because you replace most of your troublesome plastic with the newer material add?
No, I was referring to the interaction between hydrogen and the various types of plastic in the system. Regardless
So
of whether or not
any plan of conducting empirical study for this kind of blending in the near term?
that is the work that's going on at GTI currently. It is empirical.
I see. Okay. Thanks, Ed.
Yep.
Any other hands raised? Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you very much for that presentation, Eric. I'm gonna just quickly open up the agenda so that we can see where we are. So it looks like that's concluded Sempra's final presentation for the day, and we're going to be moving on to a portion that will be mostly taken up by PG&E's presentations. We're a little bit behind, but I think that we can just move on to the 2022 Compliance Plan Update presentation from PG&E.
Sounds good. Thank you, Gary. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Let's see. Just want to make sure, can you guys see my screen okay?
You're perfect.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. So good afternoon, everyone. For this presentation, I will be providing an update to PG&E's 2022 compliance plan. Just some quick background. So in March of 2022, we filed our compliance plan, which details actions taken, proposed measures to reduce emissions so that we can meet our reduction goals. These goals being 20% by 2025 and 40% by 2030, compared to a 2015 baseline. Also in 2022, we filed our climate strategy report. Within the report, we increased our 2030 goal and we are now targeting a 45% reduction. And so with the approval of our baseline proposals in October of 22, we are now at 24% at the end of the year, or at the end of 2021. And as Fred mentioned this morning, we met our 2025 goal. And so shown in the pie chart to the bottom left is a breakdown of our adjusted baseline emissions, where distribution, main, and services and transmission M&R stations still make up a large percentage. Shown in the graph to the right is our year-over-year emission reductions with forecasted reductions so that we can reach 45% by 2030. As you can see with the year-over-year progression, we've decreased emissions by implementing several programs. 2018 was a big year for us, where we introduced the super emitter program and the cross compression program with our centralized LNG CNG team. We also see improvements through the damage prevention program, CARB's oil and gas rule, and through specialized leak surveys. For us to reach the 45%, we are leveraging our most cost-effective measures, highlighted in orange, and we also have some R&D efforts that need to be completed so that we can better quantify emissions more accurately and furthermore better evaluate progress towards meeting the reduction targets. All right, so chapter 3 of our compliance plan goes over our efforts to reduce emissions during scheduled transmission blowdowns. We have a couple procedures that provide direction to incorporate methane abatement strategies. These strategies being project bundling, drafting, cross compression, flaring, or thermal oxidation. We have our subject matter expert, Isaac Marcia, on the call that tracks and trends these blowdowns and projects so that we can get the most abatement. Shown in the photos to the right is our mobile cross compressor, enclosed combustion devices, and a smaller compressor, GoVac. Listed in the bottom left are the best practices related to chapter 3. And for the effectiveness, I've removed the 2021 values. Isaac's going to present on 2022 data later in his presentation. For chapter 3, we have 7 measures. First one, gathering more tools to support our methane abatement efforts. This one is complete with the purchase and delivery of a mobile fill compressor, tube trailers, a couple enclosed combustion devices, and a couple thermal oxidizers. For measure 2, we've added a 3rd stage compressor to further reduce the pressure during transmission blowdowns, where we try to get this down as much as feasible so that we can get the most abatement. We're currently in the process of preparing our 2023 goals, where we target a higher number to reduce emissions in 3 separate categories. So we're targeting 90% abatement on our backbone pipelines, 75% on our local transmission pipelines, and 60% on our facilities. This rolls into measure 3, where we're trying to increase the percent abatement for the facility category. And as part of that, we're looking to update our unifier system, where we would include a GHG feasibility assessment for planned blowdowns on facility and station projects. We didn't do this initially because we wanted to target the larger blowdowns, but now that we have a great process between our planners and project engineers, we're expanding the scope to include facilities and station planned blowdown projects. For measure 4, we mark this as complete. Isaac will run through this during his presentation. For measure 5, we've also marked this as complete. Within the unifier system, we have a threshold of 1 million cubic feet. And so that any potential blowdown that would reach this volume, we would loop in our LNG CNG team for support. So being able to deploy some of the tools that I referenced before. This year, we're thinking about dropping that value to 0.5 million cubic feet so that we can continue to maximize our resources to reduce emissions in this category. For measure 6, PCFs for abatement, Isaac will run through this during his presentation. And for measure 7, project bundling is listed as an abatement strategy within our standard and procedure. In the previous winter workshops, Isaac's ran an analysis to show the positive effects of applying project bundling, and we're continuously pushing the project teams to bundle more often so that we can achieve the most abatement. All right, so chapters 7 and 11, they go hand in hand, where we perform leak survey to detect leaks and we fix them to reduce emissions. So our current practices, we moved from a 5 to a 3-year leak survey cycle. We also do an annual DIMP survey on our vintage segments. It was mentioned earlier, but we also have our super emitter program to target the large emitters, and we have a certain goal to repair a certain number of grade 3 leaks. And so these 2 chapters address best practices 15, 16, and 21. For effectiveness, we're able to detect and fix leaks much faster than before, especially the larger ones. I've added 2021 values to this table. I've boxed in red the number of super emitters we find and the abatement year over year. For the number of super emitters, it's been pretty constant near the 200 mark, except for 2020. And for the abatement, this has increased over the years, and that's because we're doing a much better job repairing these super emitters in the year it's found. And we're also trying to push to do more super emitter drives early in the year, so that when we find the super emitters, we can fix them within the same reporting year, thus showing more abatement. All right, so these are the measures we have within chapters 7 and 11. For measure 8, we revised this measure to consider the cost effectiveness of the program. What we found is that vintage leak survey can be quite expensive, especially since we traditionally walk these segments. In 2022, we wanted to leverage the super emitter drives for vintage leak survey. And so instead of walking all of the segments, we used the car to detect any emissions along the vintage segment. And if there were any gaps identified, we would do a more thorough investigation where we would send a surveyor to traditionally walk those to ensure we have full coverage of these segments. And so we know that the super emitter program gives us the most bang for our buck when it comes to emission reduction on the distribution system. Therefore, we only target those larger ones for repair. And so in 2023, this would be anything greater than 7 standard cubic feet per hour. So instead of integrating vintage leak survey into optimized leak survey, we've integrated this with our super emitter program. For measure 9, we're still evaluating optimized leak survey for operations. There is still some hesitancy to change from the operational side because we perform atmospheric corrosion inspection during the same time as leak survey. And so if we were to move to a 3 to a 5-year leak survey cycle, then we would need to have a separate program to manage the AC inspection for those 5-year plat maps. We thought we had a good case last year, but we need to update our business case and development action plan so that our operational group is a lot more comfortable with the deployment. Measures 10 and 11 go hand in hand. So with the approval of the 2022 compliance plan, we've reduced our super emitter threshold from 10 to 7 standard cubic feet per hour. And we also revised our below ground grade 3 target from 2,000 to 1,000. And so what this does for us is that we're able to target the next tier of leaks between 7 and 10 and prioritize them for repair over the low level below ground grade 3 leaks. For measure 12, class A meter set leaks are repaired immediately. Class B meter set leaks, we learned that we complete repairs first on a self-imposed 3-year repair timeframe over the class Bs. And that was just based on the best practice find it, fix it, where we aim to repair leaks within 3 years. With our new bubble classification approach that we've deployed in the last few years now, we can use the exception clause within the best practice where we can target the larger leaks for repair priority. And since there are more self-imposed 3-year meter set leaks than class Bs, this eats up our repair count forecasted for the year. So what we want to do is flip it, where we put class Bs in front of the self-imposed 3-year meter set leak repairs so that we can more effectively reduce emissions by hitting the bigger ones first. And so our next steps here is to work with our standards group to adjust the procedure to allow 5 years to repair the low-level meter set leaks and work with our field service and dispatch team to shift the repair priorities to put class Bs first. All right, chapter 13 focuses on our high bleed pneumatic device replacement efforts, which addresses BP23. So we've addressed all of our high bleeds at our compressor and underground storage facilities as part of the carbon, oil, and gas rule. We're actively replacing natural gas intermittent valves with instrument air and replacing high bleeds at our transmission M&R stations. Status update for 2022. We've replaced 8 high bleed pneumatic devices at Buckeye and Los Medanos transmission M&R stations. Also in 2022, we've converted 18 intermittent bleed valves from natural gas to instrument air at our Hinkley compressor station. Chapter 15 is on our R&D projects, which addresses BP 20A and 2023. We've listed these R&D projects in the compliance plan as a focus during the compliance plan period. Monique Montague will provide an overview later on and an update on within her presentation on the R&D projects and some of the testing we've completed within the last year. So I won't get too much into detail here. At a high level, some of the things we focused on is advanced mobile leak detection, looking at continuous monitoring sensors and aerial measurements as well. And so this wraps up my updates to the 2022 compliance plan. Are there any questions? All right, I see your name. What's up?
Hi, Stephen. This is Win. Looking at your compliance plan report, I really would like to see if you can list each of the measures or BP that you feel like the most cost effective to the least cost effective. Are you going to plan to do something like that in your report?
So we have a table within the compliance plan that ranks the most cost-effective measures, but not by BP. So it's based on kind of the transmission pipeline blowdown reduction program, the super emitter program, at varying thresholds. Major cell leak repairs, also on there, you'll see damage prevention, some of the quarterly measurements that we're doing at our compressor and storage facilities. And so you should see within the compliance plan the values there.
Okay, and then you also compare between different BP like blowdown capture compared to other BP, correct?
Yeah, and for the BPs and in terms of cost effectiveness, I kind of walked through it in order. The transmission pipeline blowdown reduction is by far our most cost effective measure. And that's because we're hitting the largest emissions or the largest pipelines within that category.
Yeah, because you collect a huge amount of gas in one or two locations only, rather than spread all around.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Are there any more questions?
Hi, Stefan. Yeah, I was just going to highlight that was an interesting choice that PG&E presented in that compliance plan to basically, in order to lower the threshold for the super emitter program, we needed to shift funding that had already been expected to be spent on all kinds of below ground grade 3 repairs, which we've long recognized as being kind of cost ineffective overall, because that means you're chasing leaks of, all kinds of sizes. Some of them might be very small leaks, but if you're committing to a set number of repairs every year, that means that some of those repairs aren't going to be very effective. And you recognize that in your compliance plan, and you say, we want to, because there was a previously approved number of below ground leak repairs that was set. And so you said, well, we want authority to shift from basically cut out half of the money spent on all kinds of below ground grade 3s and apply that to the cost of repairing the additional super emitter leaks that you would find from a lower super emitter threshold. I think I captured that pretty well.
Yeah, you captured it well, and that's kind of like a roadmap moving forward too, is to decrease the number of low-level emission leak repairs and continuously drop our threshold so we can just keep increasing our number of super emitter leaks and repairing those in priority.
Thanks, Steph.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to add comment on that one. As far as blowdown, I think it's still going to be cost effective down the road. But super emitter is different story in this case, because you keep reducing super emitter down the road, you may not be able to find more leaks as you repair those leaks or replace the troublesome pipeline. So there is a diminishing rate of return as far as fixing a super emitter compared to blowdown. What you discover cost effective now, maybe down the road, is a little bit more challenging.
Yeah, and at that point, I think, yeah, when you reach a certain threshold, it's not going to make sense to continue lowering the threshold. We're still trying to reduce in progression, so we know what's a good number for us to easily repair year over year, because we also don't want to overwhelm the resources by tackling a certain number of small leaks. So we'll work in phases. We're not going to rush it to continuously decrease the threshold. All right. Any more questions?
I'll just add in, I've been wanting to talk to you, Steph, about a proposal that came across from a different part of PG&E that's talking about changing the threshold of what is reported as a reportable leak from, I think, 100 ppm or up to 100 ppm. Anyway, it made a lot of sense, but I'd like offline, maybe we can talk about the implications of the annual inventory reporting by changing the definition of leaks there. So we'll talk later about that.
All right. Andres and I help contribute to that discussion. So yeah, we'll talk offline on that. All right. With that, I will stop sharing and pass it over.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yeah, you coming through?
All right, great. All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Isaac Marcia. I am the engineer that's primarily focusing on tracking our greenhouse gas emissions and our greenhouse gas abated for planned transmission blowdown. For my presentation, I do want to discuss at a very high level our 2022 GHG abatement results. I then want to transition into a transmission abatement pilot that we tested out last year. And then later, I do want to talk about a possible opportunity where we can take additional credit for GHG abatement. All right, without further ado, I'll be talking about our 2022 abatement results. At a high level, I think that the GHG abatement that we've seen from last year is really efficient and really effective. The majority of our greenhouse gas abated is coming from our cross-compressing into the adjacent line, and this is actually a very efficient use of our GHG mitigation efforts. As you can see, the large majority of our emissions abatement comes from that, and despite only targeting 20% of our transmission clearances overall and achieving an 80% abatement ratio. What we're doing here is where we're focusing on our largest blowdowns first, and then through that, 30 or 40 clearances where we're targeting, we're actually achieving huge amounts of abatement. You can have hundreds of clearances on the small local transmission scale, but all that stuff doesn't really add up to much. It's really about the couple of clearances that really do matter. And the effective implementation of cross compression on those clearances really leads to large amounts of emissions avoided over the course of a year. Comparing this to previous years, our emissions are pretty much in line from previous years. Those are percent of gas abated. I think what's really important here too is our increased use of number of cross compressors used on different projects. So much so that we're actually investing in 2 additional of these large scale cross compressor units. We're going from 6 to 8 in anticipation of utilizing this type of technology further within later this year. Stefan also mentioned an additional thing that we're doing to improve our cross compression performance is lowering the threshold for projects to be considered or to be reviewed by the cross compression team. Typically, we've been focusing on clearances that expect to blow down greater than 1 million cubic feet. As mentioned in our GHG questionnaire that we have for our projects, we've lowered that threshold down to 500,000 cubic feet. So now our team will be assessing, reviewing all projects that do plan to blow down emissions over 500,000 cubic feet. Why 500,000 cubic feet? If we look at our number of clearances over that size, like I said, 30 to 40 clearances, and then compare that to the amount of emissions, anywhere between 75 and 50% of our emissions, it's really just we're targeting the vast majority of our source of emissions, even though it's a small minority of the total number of clearances. So we're really getting a pretty high abatement despite the number of clearances where we're utilizing GHG reduction strategies. Next, I do want to talk about our GoVac pilot, which is a mid to small scale compressor, for those who don't know. And this one, what differentiates this compressor from our existing compressor technology, 1, this is much smaller, the footprint being much smaller. 2, it's actually not air powered, it's actually powered from the natural gas that's being drawn or moved. And 3, we can compress this, we can use this to compress to an adjacent line, or more specifically into a mobile CNG tank, right? So that's something that we typically can't do on these large scale projects is move the gas, preserve it, and use it for later application. Typically, we move from one pipeline to the next, and we don't have the opportunity to save that gas into a trailer, a tube trailer. But for smaller, mid to small applications, such as this one right here, where we're trying to degas an inline expectant launcher, this was a really good application. So just speaking more about this pilot that we had last year, there were a total of 5 clearances, our initial test, and 4 actual inline inspection clearances where we utilized this GHG abatement technique. And overall, we abated about 114,000 cubic feet of gas. So overall, really well. Using this one GoVac unit pictured, we actually had a degas time of, on average, about 4 hours. I do want to highlight that this actually improved over the course of these 5 clearances, the first one being at 6 hours, and the last one actually being just under 3 hours. So we really actually achieved a lot of efficiencies just in testing out this device. Lastly, I do want to talk about some of the lessons learned that we got from GoVac. Just at a high level, I'll just keep it short. For the amount of gas that we abated, doesn't really match up with the amount of money that we spent abating this type of gas. We found it to be, we have other opportunities, especially on these, as I mentioned, these large clearances now dropping that threshold over to 500,000 cubic feet, and just going through the numbers on how much gas we're getting for the amount of time, money, personnel, just the amount of money that we're burning away. We found this to be less cost effective than our existing cross compression program. So whereas we do see this as a very very useful tool in the future, we don't see this being operationalized this year due to some of the budget constraints and the fact that we can get actually more abatement from the other 2 cross compressors that we've already invested in, and then instead of investing in this mid to small scale compressor application. So that's really just the major takeaway. But definitely this is some type of technology that we do want to be looking towards in the future as we move down that tree, right? 500,000, maybe 250,000, so on and so forth. So we are interested in this type of technology, but just at the current time, just not the most cost-effective use of our time or our money. Moving on along, I do also want to share about an additional practice that we use at PG&E where we think we can take credit for GHG abatement. Specifically, I'm talking about utilizing hot tapping or these pressure control fittings to reduce the isolation window for a specific project and therefore reducing our overall emissions. I do want to point out very clearly, first and foremost, that the primary driver of installing these PCFs is not for greenhouse gas mitigation. This is analogous to your clearance sharing or your project bundling, where the primary driver of getting multiple projects on a shared clearance isn't necessarily for GHG mitigation. It's for project cost reduction, hydraulic feasibility, customer impact. There's a lot of different drivers on why we would want to reduce or pile on multiple projects on a single clearance. And similar to what we have here, the PCS significantly reduced the isolation window. It voids additional costs from having to backfeed customers that are separated from the system. We can use the, as pictured on the right-hand side, we have bypass hoses to keep our downstream customers fed. And so for many different reasons, we found it financially beneficial to install these PCFs in and around the scope of work to reduce the amount of emissions that we're seeing. And this, I have one example highlighted right here. We have V874, which was a valve replacement project from last year. We have this 12-inch line. Something about this line, there's really not nearby isolation points or valves that could have been used to specifically isolate this regulation shed that we're seeing right here. And so in real life, what we actually achieved is 84 cubic feet of isolated pipe that was blown down, and overall about 1,000 cubic feet of gas emitted. Very small compared to what would have actually been emitted had we not gone ahead and implemented these PCFs, and just had we blown down all that gas to atmosphere, our total isolation window would have been 44,000 cubic feet, and we'd have blown down 103,000 cubic feet of gas emitted to atmosphere. And so that's what we found when specifically looking at this specific project. But we do know that this is actually happening across roughly 15 to 20 projects a year. And I guess the question that we were discussing amongst ourselves was whether or not we have the ability to take credit for this type of perceived emissions reduction through utilizing PCFs or hot tapping. And one thing I do also want to point out, hot tapping, we're not actually degassing the pipeline at any time when installing these PCFs. These PCFs are installed while gas is flowing, so we're avoiding greenhouse gas emissions there. And overall, I think there's an argument to be made for the amount of gas reduction we've seen when comparing, 1,000 cubic feet to 103,000 cubic feet. But this is just one case. I definitely wanted to share this with everyone here and then have a broad discussion on whether or not we can take GHG abatement from here. That is the last slide on my presentation in terms of my updates. So I already see some questions out there. Fred, go ahead.
Yeah, just quickly, what's the PCF stand for?
Pressure control fitting.
Pressure control fitting. Okay. And your hot tapping that means you can install this as a temporary device onto the pipeline while gas is still flowing in the pipe.
Yes, PCFs can be installed while the pipeline is still hot.
Right. Hot tapping, yeah. Okay, I'll let Win ask some questions too.
Of course. Win?
Hi, Isaac. As far as blowdown,
Mm-hmm.
to the best of your knowledge, PG&E needs to report to any of the air district or CPUC if that's related to hydro testing?
So are you asking if we track and report the gas emitted from hydro testing or pipeline?
Yeah, so let's say you're trying to blow down certain section of the pipelines.
Yeah.
In certain air district. Do you need to report to the air district? Or if that's related to hydro testing, do you need to report to CPUC saying, hey, this is according to our schedule submitted to you, that now we are coming to this section, we're going to complete our hydro testing for this particular section?
Yes. So we are including in our annual submissions and annual reports the emissions associated from blowing down a segment of pipe in order to be hydro tested. So yeah, that is included in our annual submission. I'm not entirely sure if I can say we're saying this to the local air boards, but I do know it's getting should be communicated at the end of the year.
I think Win may be asking about kind of giving CPUC or the air quality boards in advance notice before of any potential blowdowns, or if we have any upcoming scheduled projects or whatnot. Is that right, Win?
Yeah, Stefan, thank you for clarifying. I'm interested to know what is the process when you're trying to complete your hydro testing, maybe according to the schedule you already submitted to CPUC. Now you're coming to that section in that particular year. Do you need to inform CPUC in this case, or if this is going to affect certain district? I know you're capturing it, but still the noise, traffic stop, maybe that you need to inform local air quality control district that you will do something like this.
Yeah, so our operations folk isn't online to help answer that, but from my understanding, there is a permitting process where you would submit a permit just to let them know, hey, we're going to be within the area, or we're going to stage in this area, and we're going to be releasing some gas. So I know that's a process in itself in operations. As far as notification for the CPUC, there is some language in 112F where it talks about pipeline rehab replacement, and if it reaches a certain, I believe it's a dollar threshold, to let the CPC know. That way they can get out there and also perform a site visit.
Okay, Stefan, please clarify. If you release the gas in certain air district area, that maybe you need to inform them as far as safety, all of that. But however, if you have an equipment that can capture that, do you still need to do that?
Great question. Well, we can follow up with our operations person for an answer.
Thank you.
I'll chime in. I know I've seen some situations where there were blowdown operations expected, and certain localities had concerns about noise, so the PG&E was required to install some kind of a muffler. I'll call it. There's probably a better name for it, but something that because the sound of high pressure gas coming out of a valve can be pretty loud. That's all I know about sort of local requirements.
Yeah, I'm aware that there are definitely some permitting, especially at a local level. From our conversations from our LNG CNG team, they're well aware of the permitting process, much more familiar than I am actually. And from my understanding is when we are for flying operations, I know that they're always requesting or requiring a permit for that type of stuff. When it comes to cross compressing into an adjacent line, and maybe we might be avoiding blowdown. I can't say for certain whether or not we're calling that one in.
Right.
Isaac, since you still have your last slide on display here, for the first bullet, you with PCF installed, and then underneath it, you show 48 CF. CF is cubic feet?
Correct. Yeah, this is the physical volume of the isolated pipe is 48 cubic feet.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
To kind of bring back up Isaac's last point about taking credit for some of the abatement related to, I guess you could call this a shorter isolated segment. I know with the revision of Appendix 1, we'll probably want to add some abatement values there. But would you guys be open to having this as one of our methane abatement strategies? And that way we can show abatement by having this application?
Makes sense to me.
Thanks, Fred.
So in this case, Stephen, when you try to estimate emission gas avoided, during that installation, do you also going to give estimate how much blowdown associated with this kind of activity?
Isaac, did you want to answer that one?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if I understood the nature of the question. So if we're Are we going to report the emissions associated when we apply this type of technique? Is that the base question?
Yeah, if you install this kind of PCF, I assume you will have some kind of blowdown as well. Unless you capture it, then this kind of because you're going to take credit at the same time when you install this kind of fitting, you also emit emission. That emission should also be counted against your goal.
Right. So that's one of the points I was trying to highlight here is that we're not actually taking a clearance or releasing any type of gas when we're inserting these pressure control fittings. The way that they work is we're cutting in a coupon off the top and we're inserting a stopple, which is essentially a makeshift valve. And then we remove the inner part of it afterwards, and we're getting a continuous pipeline flow once that stopple has been removed. So we're actually not blowing down gas when we're installing these devices.
So in other words, the emission associated with this kind of installation is minimal.
Yes.
Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah, and better, and just from my personal experience, YouTube videos are some of the easiest way to understand how exactly this works. I didn't really understood this concept at first, but a quick video of seeing how it all happens, just kind of animation and the bypass hoses. It was really interesting when I first found this out. So that's just kind of sharing how I discovered some of this. But anyways, yeah, that's all I have to say, and thank you guys for your feedback.
All right. I believe that we're moving on to the next presentation from PG&E.
Yes, that is correct, and I believe that would be mine.
All right,
Let
excellent.
me share my screen here. Can everyone see my screen there? Question?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, perfect. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Andres Beltran, and I work for PG&E's GHG Emission Strategies Group. I focus on leak detection and emission quantification. And today I'll be presenting on distribution maintenance service, baseline, and emission factors. This is a project that's been, inherited by Francois for quite some time now. Unfortunately, I'm no Francois, but this is the closest thing we got at PG&E at the moment. So with that, look it off. As the CPUC and CARB may know, we in PG&E have continuously worked to improve our DMNS reporting. Currently, we calculate leak emissions using an emission factor established by the GRI in 1996. This, of course, is a very old study that tends to skew the results of a distribution in a leak system. DMNS leaks currently approximate 25% of all PG&E's reported methane emissions. So something that we've really tried to focus on and look for additional studies that will show better alignment with our actual leak measurement data. So with new research entering the field, we would like to capitalize on these opportunities and adjust our emissions to reflect improvements in reporting. Thus, we scoured through all the reports available, and we've decided to go with applying the Washington State University leak distribution as a representative of PG&E system in 2015, as well as applying a unique emission factor across materials and assets. The reason behind this, for one, is that the data collected from PG&E system between 2014 and 2021 does not align with the GRI leak distribution, but does align well with WSU leak distribution data. And in essence, the WSU leak distribution data tends to reflect what we've seen in our own PG&E direct measurements. Furthermore, using WSU would be consistent with our supermeter program. As well, the data shows that leak size does not depend on material and asset. In previous winter workshops, we've discussed how there is a large variability in using an emission factor spread across material and assets. Thus, we are trying to use a unique emission factor across materials and assets that would be consistent with our current methodology implemented since 2018. And lastly, we would like to adjust our baseline that would better capture the PG&E's leak practices over the past couple of years. All right. With that, what's really important to us is to take direct measurements and leak size distributions. Emission factors should represent the distribution of leaks found in the system of interest. So depicted here to the left is a cumulative plot that compares measured leak emissions versus the frequency to be measured. Plotted are 5 studies. 2 of the studies are direct measurements, not specific to PG&E service territory. These are the GRI represented in the blue diamond and WSU represented in the red squares. 3 of the studies are direct measurements specific to PG&E service territory. These are CARB 2014, DOE 2015, and LTD 2020. And we see is that most of the PG&E direct measurements of the 3 studies aligns well with the WSU distribution. That is plotted there in that red line, which is WSU leak measurements. We see that the majority of the data tends to gravitate towards that direct measurements from WSU, whereas we see that GRI in those blue triangles or diamonds does not reflect at all what we see in our system. To dive in deeper into that, we see plotted there in the yellow dashed line, the 10 standard cubic foot per hour threshold. If we follow that line, we intersect with a vertical line, which calculates the cumulative frequency to detect a leak at that emission rate. Here we see that 21% of leaks reported in the GRI study are greater than 10 standard cubic per hour. Unfortunately, with that doesn't necessarily align what we've seen at PG&E. Beyond the direct ground measurements, PG&E has continuously measured leak emissions via a mobile survey system through our supermitter and compliance survey. Vehicle measurements supplement the direct measurements from studies that are limited by their sample size. And in essence, we can take the direct measurements of all the studies available, but at the end of the day, if we don't have a sample size that can represent our entire system, then we are still just providing an estimation. Hence, if we combine the vehicle measurements that we've collected through our supermitter program over the past couple of years, then we will be able to get a more accurate estimation of our emissions. And with that, we see this tabulated in the bottom left. We're showing 2018 vehicle measurements versus the different couple of studies that we show. To the left are 4 different bins. We see the leak size that is greater than 10 standard cubic per hour. And we see that the vehicle measurements, the WSU and the PG&E all align very well with the data that is shown, where we estimate that 1 to 2% of our emissions are are greater than 10 standard cubic foot per hour. If we go down the line of the measurements between 1 to 10 standard cubic per hour, we see that we align well with the WSU data between 19 and 18%. So seeing that we have pretty good alignment with the WSU, we would like to take the WSU average emission factor for non-superemitter and superemitter measurements, where we take the entire average of all unique emission factors, calculated at 1.705 standard cubic foot per hour. Sorry. Take a pause to grab water. As well, going back to the superemitter, a calculation of 43.7 standard cubic foot per hour. With that, we see the observed results of the vehicle measurements were in line with the WSU proposed leak size distribution. Hence, we want to apply the WSU distribution as the baseline for establishing the emission factors to apply to leaks in PG&E system. However, in doing so, in September 2022, CPUC and CARB commented that the straight average of the leak rate for leaks above 10 standard cubic per hour from WC dataset is higher than the straight average for PG&E super emitter measurements. In essence, what that means is that the WSU super emitters that were measured were much higher than the ones that we see in the PG&E data. So with that recommendation, PG&E has reviewed all super emitter data from 2018 to 2021 and calculated a similar super emitter average emission factor of 35.27. So by doing that, we feed into the WSU average by supplementing that with PG&E super emitter data. So tabulated there are 4 emission factors. We have the WSU average, which is where we take the purely WSU data and the WSU super emitter data. Then we have the WSU adjusted average, where we feed in the PG&E super emitter data to that total. And likewise, we have our calculated average of PG&E super emitter data at 35.27. So after really deciding what super emitter factors and unique emission factors we wanted to use there, we looked at what baseline to apply these emission factors to. Previously, we wanted to use the reporting year 2016 as the baseline for the WSU emission factor. However, we reviewed the 2015 data and we were able to extract the necessary information to recalculate the original baseline. We first reviewed leak data from 2011 to 2014 and performed a QC on leaks reported. We found very similar totals to what was originally submitted. Then from there, we wanted to calculate the unknown leak emissions. And we applied a similar strategy to 2015, where there was no available survey mileage data. So what we did was we applied a tier approach in which you extract the total leaks found in the year interest between 2011 and 2014, and then apply a percentage of these leaks to be found on the survey. So, for example, of the leaks found in 2011, we expect to find 80% of the leaks if we were to survey the territory in 2015. As well, if we go down the line to 2014, if we were to survey 2014 and 2015, we would only find 20% of those leaks. And if we take that sum, we can get an unknown emission count. And tabulated there are the 3 emission totals using the different emission factors. With the WSU average, we estimate about 330,000 standard cubic foot of gas. With the WSU adjusted average, we estimate 294,000 standard cubic foot of gas. So, in conclusion, we propose to use a unique emission factor across assets and materials at PG&E. This offers the simplest and most representative baseline for PG&E assets, as we have better oversight of our measurements here. It ensures consistency over time with improvements of our quantification in the super emitter program, as well as it reduces error due to the mischaracterization of assets and materials. We do, however, ask the CPUC and CARB to pick between 2 options on which unique emission factor to use. Either option 1, the WSU average with WSU super emitters, or option 2, the WSU adjusted average using PG&E super emitters. Those 2 totals are tabulated to the bottom left there, with the WSU average being 551,000 standard cubic foot of gas and the WSU adjusted average of 492 cubic feet of gas. And with that, we would like to propose to use the 2015 baseline with the 2 different WSU emission factors. And with that, I'll open up to questions.
Thanks, Andres. This is Fred from CPUC. Appreciate you guys going the extra distance beyond where you were last year. I think my only question is, can you follow up with a paper proposal beyond the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, we do have that paper available and ready to go. We were going to originally submit that last year, but after reviewing the data, we elected to hold back from the paper as that paper would have used 2016 as baseline, but now we're proposing to use 2015 instead.
I guess my follow-up is, forgive me for not remembering exactly what we're doing, but with the current reporting of emissions, what EF did we say you should be using for, like, say, the 2021 data? Are we still using GRI, or did we move to an EF that you've developed already?
In 2021, we used the GRI.
Okay, so we basically haven't touched that category for you yet. We haven't made any adjustments in it yet. So we would be shifting both things at the same time. We would be moving to a reporting current emissions with your EF that you've developed based on your fit with WSU, and also adjust the baseline at the same time.
Yes, that is correct.
Thanks. When's in there? Go in.
Yeah, Anders, looking at your slide, you have two columns of, stop there. You have WSU average and WSU adjusted. For the WSU average, that's purely from Washington State study. No additional data incorporated in that emission factor, correct?
Yes, for the WSU average, that is correct.
Right. And then the adjusted, you added your mobile platform and collect more data. And based on that additional data, you combine with WSU study, and you come up with WSU adjusted emission factors.
Yes, and this is based on the recommendation from CPUC and CARB and last year's workshop, I believe.
So will be beneficial if you also describe how many original WSU data points to come up with this average, and then for the adjusted, how many data points you added?
Yeah, so with the WSU average, I believe there was 210 total measurements. Let me see if I have it there. Okay, yeah. So in the WSU average, we have 210. In terms of the number of super emitters, for that WSU average, I believe it was 5. So essentially, we take the 205 non-super emitters plus the 5 super emitters, and we replace those 5 super emitters from the WSU to the average super emitter value calculated at PG&E.
All right. Yeah, please explain in your report so that when we review it, we understood what you're trying to do here.
Yeah, no, we'll definitely want to read that through, but my understanding from the presentation is that, you examined the WSU data set, and especially the kinds of emissions that they put in the super emitter area, and you just said that just doesn't track with the kinds of measurements we're making on our own system. We just don't see super emitters of that magnitude, so we just don't think, that doesn't represent our own system very well. We want to do something to adjust it to model what we can see our own system does. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. And as I mentioned, we've been surveying our territory for the past, 5-ish years now. So we have a pretty good oversight of the average super emitter size in our system. So by replacing the WSU data with our super emitter data, then we can get to a more accurate, unique emission factor.
And it's not that radically different in the end of the day when we look at your final table there. Well, okay, it's what, 10% difference or so, right?
Yes.
So it's not like a massively outside adjustment. It's just kind of a careful adjustment is how I see it.
Yeah, and as I mentioned too, we want something that is more representative of our system. So
Right.
if we can apply the BRCARA, or I guess the mobile vehicle measurements, to our characterization of methane emissions, then we're going to get closer to that true, accurate estimation of system-wide emissions with distribution main services.
So did you also in your presentation show us what your most current year of emissions would look like with your adjusted emission factor? I can't remember.
For the most current year, I don't have the
like
exact.
your last reported year, 2021.
Great question. I have it plotted here on this chart.
Oh, it's on the chart right in front of me right there.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, the lowest line, the gray or green color, yeah, it's showing from about 492 down to something in the mid 300s is what it looks like.
Yeah, 350 range there.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
This is Gavin from CARB. Thank you for your presentation. To follow up on Fred's question, Fred's request, could you also please provide the data sets and any supporting spreadsheets that you used when you send the paper over, please?
Yeah, we can definitely do that. And
great.
I think that should be more than enough to help streamline the process of analyzing what we did.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, Gary, looks like we're finished with this one unless there's more questions.
All right, I see Wynn has his hand up. Is that just left over from your last question?
Left over.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Gary. Yeah.
No worries. All right. So I did notice that we've gone past the break time because we're a little over time. I guess I could leave it up to everyone if everyone feels like a short break, or if we want to try and just power on through the last two presentations. I think personally, with just two more presentations left, I think skipping the break and just going on to the R&D project updates from PG&E it would be preferable. So I'll introduce the next speaker for PG&E.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Sounds good.
Okay, I think I was on mute, so let's see if you guys can see me. Okay, great. All right, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Monique Montague, and I'll be representing PG&E's gas R&D today by giving you a high-level overview of some of the R&D projects we did in 2022, and then some of our future plans for 2023. Next slide, please. Okay, so starting off with aerial leak detection in 2022, we conducted a pilot with CPUC, and CPUC uses a drone-based system for leak detection and emission quantification. And we performed this pilot at 6 of our compressor stations and 1 of our storage facilities. We received the final report in Q4 of 2022, and while the results do seem promising, we haven't had the opportunity to validate the testing through direct field measurements yet. And so this is something that we are putting on the agenda for 2023 so that we can get a better understanding of the data and confirm the emission measurements. And looking forward in 2023, we're looking to really ramp up the piloting of the aerial leak detection technologies that are on the market now, and are primarily looking into 3 specific vendors. The first is Satellytics, which is a software analytics company, and they use satellite IR data in combination with AI to basically form an algorithm that detects and quantifies emissions. And this technology has a high interest to us since it's a multi-purpose use. It can be used not only for leak survey, but it can also be used to detect geohazards. So Currently, we're in talks with Satellytics, our leak survey team, and our patrol teams to discuss the logistics of performing a pilot. The second vendor we're looking to pilot is Bridger Photonics, and Bridger Photonics, as you heard from SoCalGas, uses a helicopter-mounted LiDAR sensor for leak detection and quantification. And the pilot is going to consist of flying a portion of our distribution territory, as well as a portion of our transmission line. And as part of the pilot, we really want to aim to familiarize our leak survey team with the technology, how it works, and how it would fit into our processes. In addition, we probably will be performing a series of controlled releases as well, just to get an understanding of their detection capabilities and quantification as well. And as an alternative option, we are also looking into a company called GHG Sat. They offer two emission detection and quantification approaches, one being a satellite approach and another being an aerial leak detection via fixed wing aircraft. But currently their satellite technology is geared more towards the upstream producers since their minimum detection threshold is very high. And so we plan to primarily focus on Satellytics and Bridger Photonics this year, but we will monitor GHG Sat's technology and keep them in mind for continuous improvements to see if they do fit our requirements in the future. Next slide, please. So this brings us to the advanced mobile leak detection. And in 2022, we really made it a priority to pilot several advanced mobile leak detection systems since there were many new ones coming out on the market. We invited 3 different vendors to our Winters test facility where we set up a number of controlled releases using a tank setup connected in line to a flow meter so we could vary the flow rates and simulate both above ground and below ground leaks. The first vendor we piloted was Aklima, and they had very good detection capabilities, but currently they're limited to concentration measurements, and this makes it very difficult for PG&E to implement since the quantification piece is very important to us. So the second vendor we tested was Heath Consultants, and they also had a very good detection capability, but their quantification algorithm tended to overestimate emissions. So their next steps are to work through that, and we will look to do more testing with them in the future. And lastly, we tested Southern Cross's AMLD system. They had very good detection and quantification capabilities, and their technology does look very promising. Currently, we're in talks with another vendor, Eris Technologies, which we are hoping to pilot in 2023. They have a slightly different business approach and are more interested in selling their equipment rather than their cloud services. And so their sensors can pretty fairly easily be mounted to vehicles, making it quite a good alternative when other systems such as our Picaro surveyors are down for maintenance. And many of the vendors we tested last year actually use the Eris sensors, which use the mid-IR cavity instead of the cavity ring down spectroscopy. So as for our next steps, we're really looking to pilot multiple AMLD technologies simultaneously. And that would consist of inviting multiple vendors at the same time to really do a true side-by-side comparison with us to compare their detection and quantification capabilities in actual field conditions. And this would be really great to see as it would ensure the same environmental conditions across the board. Next slide, please. So in 2018, we began an internal project to investigate and continuously monitor emissions at our transmission M&R stations. And so we purchased a series of 3 Sensit fixed point lasers to get a better understanding of our emissions at our M&R stations. And so far, we've monitored and analyzed the data from 9 different stations. We move them in a series of 3 stations at a time. And we plan to relocate the sensors once more this year, targeting stations with higher emissions, and we'll continue to supplement the data with direct measurements using high flow, as we've done in the past. So we also piloted Schlumberger's Valve IQ system at one of our compressor stations. Their Valve IQ system is an acoustic measurement device that can be used for continuous monitoring. And it was intended to really help us gain a better understanding of our compressor station emissions We're currently determining whether or not we will continue the pilot and relocate the sensor to another station or conclude it. This year, we also tested the Semtech HighFlow 2 sampler at our Dublin lab facility. The new HighFlow sampler works well in comparison to that. I'm going to butcher the name, so I'm sorry in advance, but Bacharach model. This HighFlow model is capable of a higher fan speed than that of the previous, so we can measure higher emitting leaks with it, which we're pretty excited about. And during the test, it was actually pretty accurate in quantifying the emission rate by at least 10%. And so we plan to use it to take multiple field measurements this year, especially on our super emitters, so we can continue that research, and also at our station facilities. And then in 2022, we also tested the SECO EPV flow monitor for emission measurements at wellhead casings. The purpose of this test was really to quantify emissions during controlled releases at the wellheads. But because of the lack of a data logging feature and the need for unit conversion, our field personnel really did not like it or feel comfortable using it. So we've shared the feedback with the vendor, and they're making improvements to the sensor. So we may look to rescope that in the next year or so. And then this year, we're really looking into piloting more continuous monitoring devices. So there's several on our radar. We're in talks with companies such as Aris Sensors, Longpath, QLM Technology. And currently, the driver for that is we're performing daily wellhead surveys as part of the CalGEM regulations. And there's a caveat in the regulation where we can actually use continuous monitoring devices to monitor in lieu of the daily wellhead leak survey. And if it reaches a certain concentration level, then we'll need to take action to reduce those emissions. But for the next steps, we're coordinating with one of the vendors to perform a site visit. And during the site visit, we plan to really do a field walk. And the purpose of that is to really determine the number of sensors that we're going to need based off our field site's geography. And we'll look to pilot this later on in the year. So next slide, please. In 2022, we supported many research consortia projects, and SoCal has already touched on quite a few of these, but as part of M 2020-009, development of a decision-making algorithm for detection and quantification of leaks, we measured several below-ground grade 3 leaks with NiSearch, CSU, and SMU. A network of sensors were set up to collect plume data, and you can see this in that first image right there. Next steps for this project is for the project team to analyze the data and evaluate the quantification algorithm. Additionally, NiSearch concluded phase 3 of reducing emissions at threaded connections. This project aimed to determine methods to prevent premature leaks at threaded connections of meter sets. They visited our Winters facility last quarter to meet with our academy instructors to really understand how personnel is taught to install meter sets, to try to find some type of correlation between maybe installation and things they can do to prevent premature leaking. And so phase 4 of this project is actually set to begin later this year with further investigation on many factors, including determining if adding a sealant to both internal and external threads can prevent premature meter set leaks, and whether certain torque specs can prevent meter set leaks as well. And then in 2023, looking forward, we will be hosting NiSearch in Q2 and JPL at our Winters test facility to assist with the series of controlled releases to support another project for drone testing for Project M 2014-001 Phase 3. And as already touched upon, NiSearch Project T786 was rescoped to find a new contractor that will look to test additional monitoring devices for MNR stations. And PG&E very much supports the continuation of this project and will continue to provide station locations to support any field testing that goes along with it. The field testing will then be used to validate the qualitative emission framework that NiSearch developed last year. And in addition, help us to hopefully develop emission factors that we can use to better quantify emissions in this category. Next slide, please. So with that, thank you for your time, and I'm gonna open it up to any questions.
Hi, Monique. This is Fred from CPUC. It's real interesting to see you're taking a look at some of the same technologies that SoCalGas has been using for like the aerial methane mapping. Is there a possibility of like cross communication and being able to benefit from some of the work they've already done?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. And actually, originally we planned to use this strictly for our transmission, but after I attended a NiSearch conference a few months back, Ed had a really good presentation on how they're using it for their distribution. So we thought, why not pilot both at the same time? And so I think, yeah, that's a great idea.
We're always happy to collaborate with PG&E.
Sorry, I muted myself, but us too. Thank you.
Also, I'm very interested on your update with Abatement in particular. That company has been especially interested in staying in touch with me. I think they're trying to do everything they can to encourage me to influence our user community, and they're also trying to see if I could somehow engage with them on a contract of some kind. So we haven't done anything specific with them yet, but I'm pretty familiar with what they're up to. And it's interesting to hear from you that you don't feel they've gotten very far with quantification of their results.
Yeah, if you want to set up something with us, we'd be happy to go over our results with you offline. If you want to know a little bit more about our testing we did with them.
Yeah, and it sounds like you say your most promising result had come with the Southern Cross Company.
Yeah, Southern Cross was pretty good from what we saw. We really want to do a side-by-side comparison though,
Yeah, no, I
with
think
all
that,
of them. So we're really hoping to get that going and, get people interested in that because, wind conditions and different environmental conditions have different factors. So it would be nice to have them do a side-by-side comparison.
and to me, one of the most interesting possibilities, well, the thing that Abatement in particular has emphasized is that they drive their survey areas on a pretty frequent basis, like almost once a month. And their value proposition would be, well, hey, we're going to see a leak a lot sooner because we're just out there more often, sooner than you would find with an annual leak survey, for example. So the question would be, yes, okay, so really, what's the cost versus the additional incremental methane emission that you can abate, right? So there's going to be a charge to pay them to do their service. That some kind of a side-by-side comparison of traditional leak survey and repair versus any of these guys' advancements or incremental benefits. Just what are those incremental benefits would be wonderful to try to get out of a study. Wynn has his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't see your hand, Wynn. But go ahead. Sorry about that.
Yeah, hi Monique. Before your company settle into certain technology to detect leaks from certain source, you would like to compare what's out there in the market. So in this case, you usually do side-by-side or head-to-head comparison using controlled release of gas or how? How did you do that?
Yeah, so no, not necessarily. So each of the vendors came to our Winters test facility, but they came at different times. So we spaced out the field visits throughout the year. But I think it would be interesting to see if they would all be willing to come and do a demo in real field conditions because Winters, there's not a lot of obstructions. There's not too many trees around there. It would be a lot more beneficial to see how they perform in real world conditions and doing a side-by-side comparison because, wind changes based off the day, the time. And so I don't want to say that anybody, had a head start over anybody else, but it would be nice to compare them with the same environmental conditions on the same day side by side to really see, which technology really is advancing over the others. So I think that's kind of the idea.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Does anybody else have any questions? All right, well, thank you guys.
I did, Monique.
Sorry,
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead.
This is Renee. I've had my hand up for a while, so I wasn't
Oh,
sure.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. I was interested in your reference to the daily wellhead monitoring and the CalGEM regulations. Would this daily monitoring allow you to lengthen the time beyond the 24-month period that they require the pressure testing to be done?
I'm not sure about that. Stefan, do you have any insight on that?
Yeah, so I think that's a different subject and topic. What Monique was referring to was surveying each of our wellheads daily. So instead of having a person use an RMLD and scan the asset, we have these sensors placed strategically along the wellheads for us to detect and remediate any emissions that meet a certain threshold in lieu of having that person do the RMLD survey.
Well, how does that interact with the CalGEM regulations that you mentioned then, Monique?
I think, Stefan, do you want to support me on this one as well, too? I don't know.
Yeah, so within the CalGEM, it requires us to do a daily wellhead leak survey. So it's just one part of the regulations that we adhere to.
I see. Okay. All right. Thanks.
No problem.
Sorry, if anybody else has their hand up, go ahead and speak up because I can't, for some reason, see the hands raised.
I think that's everyone.
Thank you guys for your time. I appreciate it and look forward to talking to you next year.
Thank you, Monique. All right, so I think that leaves one last presentation from PG&E.
Yeah, this is, let's see. Can everyone see my screen?
Yep.
All right. Let's see. On 1 second here. Okay, I'm trying to turn my camera on, but I don't see where the control went when I'm sharing my screen. Hold on 1 second. Let me just start my video. Share my screen. And I think we're set. All right, can everyone see the screen?
Yep.
Cool. All right, so I know I'm wrapping up the long afternoon here, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk about some of the other emission strategies that PG&E is pursuing. A lot of these strategies don't directly, impact or result from compliance with 1371. But I just thought it would be a good idea to walk through just to give CPUC kind of an idea of other things that we are pursuing. So one of our core strategies, obviously, in our GHG emissions is everything that we've been talking about all day here with methane reductions, whether it's abatement or leak detection and repair. But we've also got a few other, activities that we are pursuing. So the first is really greening the gas system. I know earlier in the morning, SoCalGas touched on hydrogen. PG&E is actively working on the hydrogen front. I'll get into that in a little bit more detail on the next slide. RNG, we've already started interconnecting several projects into our system. And of course, we have the SB 1440 requirement to procure RNG for our core customers. Then another thing that we're kind of keeping an eye and ear out for is certified natural gas. We're not exactly sure how this may or may not play a role in our system going forward, but we've had several parties approach us over the last 6 months to talk about this concept, and we're definitely open to hearing about it and benefits that it might provide. And then the gas storage piece relates to our hydrogen efforts, which I will talk about next here. So for those who aren't familiar, back in May, we sent out a press release announcing our hydrogen facility in Lodi. Lodi is located about halfway between Sacramento and the Bay Area. It's right along the I-5 corridor, which is a major transportation corridor in the state. And really the whole purpose of our project and the main reason that we're doing this is to really be a market enabler for the hydrogen economy. And then also really try to figure out how many of our existing assets that we can repurpose to blend hydrogen into to avoid as much new assets that may or may not be needed to really enable hydrogen to be transported from the producers to the end users. And so really the core of the project is going to be an offline bottle loop system. We're going to be taking different components of our transmission system from various areas of our service territory. So it's going to be pipes, it's going to be valves, it's going to be meters, fittings, and putting it into this system and start blending hydrogen into this closed loop system to see how different hydrogen blends impact these assets that are already in our system. So we're going to start at a 5% blend and we're going to slowly ramp that up over time, hopefully getting up into the 20-30% blend, just to kind of see how some of these assets are responding to those hydrogen blends. This facility is going to be co-located right next to the Lodi Energy Center. Lodi Energy Center is owned by NCPA. They recently upgraded their turbine. It can handle upwards of 45% hydrogen blend. So, so as we're testing different hydrogen blends in our closed loop bottle loop system, we're actually going to be sending blended hydrogen over to the NCPA facility for them to use to generate electricity, with that turbine using blended hydrogen and natural gas. And like us with our testing, they're going to start out at smaller percentages just to see how this new turbine responds and then slowly ramp it up over time. So we've got a lot of other components of this. I'm not going to get into all of the details here, but just really wanted to give a flavor of what we're doing to try to repurpose, a lot of our transmission assets to transport hydrogen. This project is very complementary to what SoCalGas in San Diego is doing on the distribution side. So we really do feel like, that the projects complement one another and will really help, hopefully, to inform a statewide blending standard that would, be very viable both on the distribution and the transmission side.
Sorry,
With
Chris,
RNG,
but I just had a question on that slide. This is Renee.
Yeah.
Did you say up to 40% that Lodi
So,
would
yeah,
accept is being designed, and have they already done that?
Yeah, so they've already upgraded their turbine. It's a Siemens turbine. It can handle up to 45% hydrogen blend.
It's really interesting. Thank you.
Yep, absolutely.
Chris, I also, this is Fred. I think I saw that the planned transmission element would all be within kind of a self-contained system. You're not going to put this out there on the PG&E backbone. You have like a dedicated short range transmission pipeline that's tied in with this program.
Yeah, the only tie-in is to be able to receive natural gas into this closed loop bottle system. It will be completely offline, completely separate. It will not be sending gas back into the backbone.
Right. Thank you.
Yep. Any other questions on the hydrogen before I move over to RNG? And I can't see hands, so speak up if you do. Okay, so RNG, I mentioned we've already started interconnecting dairy, and it's all been dairy projects so far. We now have 5 projects connected to our system. We've got several more in the pipeline, pun intended. I think based on where we're at in the development cycle with a bunch of different projects that have applied for interconnection to get their projects developed, we're kind of anticipating about 3 to 4 projects per year for the next several years. We have a couple of projects down in the Fresno area that are interconnected into CEE's gas gathering pipelines, and those interconnect into our Pinochi station down in that area. So it's awesome that we're able to reach dairies that are nowhere near our system and leverage CEE's system to get that gas onto our system. One of the newer projects to interconnect is the Ametis project. It's in the Central Valley, a little bit further north, up near Turlock. This is going to be a massive dairy cluster. I think they plan to have up to 56 dairies that will be feeding gas into this system. So we're really excited about the work that we're doing on that front. And then, of course, from a procurement standpoint of view, SB 1440 mandates that we procure up to 15% RNG for our core customers by 2030. We filed our renewable gas procurement plan, I think it was on December 30th. And so we're moving through that process. I think we're going to be launching our first procurement solicitation at some point in the first half of this year, with the goal of starting to do some contracting for that the second half of this year. So moving on, a couple of other emission strategies, zonal electrification. I know this has really kind of been big over the last couple of years on the policy front and through various proceedings at the CPUC with the gas system planning OIR, with the building decarbonization OIR. And we're obviously very involved in those proceedings and really just trying to figure out how we can strategically prune portions of the distribution system in order to electrify, reduce GHG emissions, and from our perspective, how do we do that in a cost beneficial model that really is not going to impact our customers from a bill impact perspective. So a lot of work going on in that area. We really do believe electrification is going to play a pretty big role in overall GHG emission reductions. So we're very excited to be part of that as well. And then really on the innovation side, a lot of the stuff that Monique just talked about, with all of the research and development that we're doing to try to figure out what the next thing will be to help continue us down the methane leak detection and abatement pathway, in addition to trying to figure out how carbon capture and sequestration is going to play in our world going into the future. And then woody biomass. I think this is going to be a really important component to continue to spend some time on from a research and development and commercialization perspective, especially as it relates to our core procurement responsibility for RNG. Right now we're limited to in-state resources that are non-dairy. And so I think that, really developing and helping to accelerate the woody biomass fuel source is going to be a very important component, for PG&E, for SoCalGas, and the state to really have a pool of projects to be able to pull from for that procurement. And I know that, we're doing some work to file that woody biomass pilot project application by June, which is also part of SB 1440. So I know that was kind of a lot in a little bit of time, but I just wanted to give you a flavor of some of the other activities that PG&E is doing on the emission reduction front, and super happy to take any other questions.
Yeah, hi, Chris. My name is Win from CARB.
Hi, Win.
Looking at your last slide, I'm really happy to see how your company trying to reduce GHG emissions from all kind of technology or emission source or transferring into cleaner fuels or energy. But I really would like to focus on the very left side of your slide.
Okay.
So in this case, methane reduction. Okay. If your company were asked okay, give us more reduction from SB 1371 or NGLA program, what would they be? And if they are not cost effective now, maybe 5-10 years from now become cost effective. Can you share with us that kind of logic or thinking?
Yeah, so I mean, we're going to have to get there, right? I mean, I know that as Stefan mentioned earlier, we've already met the 2025 goal of the 20% emissions based on the adjusted 2015 baseline. But now we're setting our eyes on 2030, right? And I know that CARB's got a goal of 40%, I believe, in our climate strategy report that we released back in June. We've got a stretch goal of 45%. So we really are going to have to implement new things every year to continue to increment to get up to that 45%. Stefan mentioned a few of the things earlier that we're implementing this year with the super emitter threshold and the below ground leaks and focusing a little bit less on those so that we can focus more on the super emitters. So really each year between now and 2030, we're going to have to introduce 2 or 3 new programs or 2 or 3 new ways of attacking leak detection and repair. And that's why we have this great partnership with Monique and the R&D team and really leveraging their work to identify what the future technology will be that will help us to continue to increment in a cost affordable manner.
Thank you. That's really encouraging that you're thinking ahead of time how to get there and beyond.
Yep. Any other questions?
Yeah, I had one. This is Renee again. I was interested, could you say a little bit more about this certified natural gas that you spoke out of at the outset of your presentation?
Yeah, we don't know a ton about it right now. We have had a couple of parties approach us to pitch the concept to us. Honestly, we don't know if it will play a role, but it is something that we're keeping our ears out for. But basically, from our understanding, a couple of these companies have a way of producing natural gas with lower emissions than current natural gas production methods. And so that there would obviously have to be some way to certify that. There would have to be some, regulatory framework around that. Obviously, honestly, it's so early in the process that we just really don't know what that may or may not look like, but just something that we're kind of keeping an eye out for.
So tell me if I'm wrong, but is this like from producers that are capping their emissions from the wells that they drill and the equipment that they use, or is that what you're talking about?
I think it's part of that, and I think there are some other things as well. And I know there was one company who had a really interesting process. And honestly, Renee, it was about 6 months ago since we talked to them, and I forget what that process is. But yeah, it's along those lines.
Okay, thanks.
But again, no idea if that's going to gain traction. But again, just something we're having some conversations around.
Chris, hi, this is Gavin from CARB. In addition to the NGLA program, I also work on a team at CARB that is implementing CARB's carbon capture and sequestration program. I'm wondering if there's anything you can say about project types or specific projects that PG&E is looking into with regard to CCS.
So right now, PG&E is not looking into anything specifically that PG&E would be doing. We have had a couple of companies approach us that are looking at direct air capture and looking to cite some projects and looking for some capacity understanding for the electricity that would feed those direct air capture components. We're also doing some R&D around in the woody biomass space and creating biochar that would be able to, kind of create that those carbon rocks, if you will, and store them underground. So right now that's the extent of our involvement on carbon capture. But as the as the industry continues to develop and technology improves or new technologies come into play, obviously it's something that PG&E will definitely be keeping an eye on to figure out exactly what role we play in that sector.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation.
Hmm? Any other questions? All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that presentation, Chris. I guess now we've gotten through the main meat of the workshop, and we're done with all of our presentations. So we're just at the closing and next steps. I do want to thank everyone who presented from both from all the utilities as well as from CARB for their participation in this workshop. I think it went pretty smoothly. We will be making the slide deck available online as well as the recording of this as soon as possible. And I'll also be sending that out to the service list if you're on that, so that you'll have that before that'll probably come out before the website is updated. At this point, I want to invite Fred Haynes or Gavin Hosh from CARB to give any last words if they'd like to.
Thanks, Gary. Yeah, great workshop today. Really appreciate everybody's presentations, really interesting. And I just need to follow up with Crystal and Ed Newton. We want to talk about the aerial methane program in some greater detail here. So I'd like to, within a few days, have a meeting with you guys about that. Once again, I think we all should be very proud of the accomplishment of the program so far, and certainly expecting to continue to make progress as we go forward. So I just want to thank everybody that's been involved, and I'm available for any questions at this point. Ed is clapping. Yes, well done, Ed, and well done, PG&E. I'll turn it over to Gavin if you'd like to give us any last words of wisdom.
Sure. Thank you, Fred. Really, I just want to echo your sentiment and say thank you to everybody. All the presenters did a fantastic job. Really appreciate, always learn a lot of new things at these workshops, and look forward to working with you all over the coming year. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you for those words, Gavin and Fred. At this point, I do want to open up the floor just for some last questions, if anyone has any. I'll just give it a couple minutes for someone to raise their hand or not. Also, looking through the chat, I don't believe anyone left any questions in the chat. So just unless someone did and they want to just kind of give me a heads up, we won't have to worry about that. Otherwise, one last time, here's the link for the CPUC website for this proceeding. If you have if you're interested in any of the information that we've discussed, it will be available on there. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Good workshop.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.